Okay, we're back on the record in the Commission's examination of the EmPOWER program, case 9705. We're actually going to start this morning with the public comments. So I know, so let me deal with those first, and then we'll get back to you. But yeah, so with that, and the only thing I'd ask the folks that are making their public comments is when you come up and introduce yourself, spell your name for the court reporter. Yeah,
Garrett Techman.
you can sit it anywhere. Just make sure the little green light's on the mic. So.
Okay. I'm Garrett Stackman, Garrett.
Is your microphone on?
Is it on?
Well,
Sorry.
pull it a little closer
Okay,
and
got
then
it.
maybe speak up just a bit.
Sure.
That's good.
Garrett, Stackman, Stackman. All right, should I begin?
Yes, yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you very much for inviting me to testify today to follow up my detailed letter submitted September 16th, 2024. My name is Garrett Stackman. I'm president of Greenavise, a small business operating in Montgomery and Prince George's County. Greenavise is a service provider for Washington Gas and Pepco focused on replacement of refrigerators, freezers, ice makers, and gas fryers for small businesses. These programs are enormously useful in saving energy, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and helping small businesses. Greenavise has been doing this work for Washington Gas for over 9 years and for Pepco for over 11 years. We have completed over 6,400 projects and procured over $20 million in incentives and financing for our customers. Our focus is on educating customers as to the benefits of early replacements of aging and failed inefficient equipment under the EmPOWER Maryland programs with high-quality Energy Star replacements. We have learned that for small businesses, the more generous the EmPOWER Maryland incentives are, the more likely customers will replace their aging equipment early. The alternative is to continue to repair, purchase used, or buy the cheapest appliance available. The replacement with new high-quality Energy Star equipment also impacts food safety and quality. For gas fryers, early replacement prevents slipping on leaking oil and improves fire safety. In addition, the most common Energy Star fryer we offer uses about 30% less natural gas than an equivalent standard fryer. This brings me to the reason I am testifying today. I personally believe in electrification. However, there are certain costs that make electrification of natural gas-dominated cooking lines expensive and a non-starter for certain types of food preparation, such as char broilers, woks, and salamanders. Most of these gas appliances affect food taste, which cannot be achieved with electric-powered appliances. If you love a delicious pub burger or eating at your favorite steakhouse, you want your meal cooked on a gas char broiler. Otherwise, you might as well stay home and grill it yourself. Having spent a lot of time in thousands of kitchens, most existing restaurants have gas-powered cooking lines and no high-voltage electric service. Cooking line electrification would be a significant expense and possibly a major expense depending upon the number of electric lines needed, distance to the service panel, potential business disruption, changing the fire suppression system to electric shutoff, permitting, inspections, etc. Unused space in the existing service panel is needed for new double breakers, or a new sub-panel would be required. The most expensive scenario is if there's not enough capacity in the building and it needs a heavy-up by the utility. Minimum costs would be in the thousands and possibly tens of thousands to electrify the cooking line, in addition to the cost of the appliances themselves. Incremental steps are needed for partial or full electrification of cooking lines. This could begin with new construction, when the infrastructure to run the electric service to the kitchen and cooking lines would be easily achievable. A more aggressive approach would be to require electrification during a gut renovation of a restaurant. This would still require a major additional expense to bring adequate electrical service to the kitchen and could be a financial obstacle for mom and pops, especially if the building requires a heavy up. In conclusion, EmPOWER Maryland funded natural gas incentives are effective in helping businesses replace gas appliances with high efficient Energy Star equipment and should be continued and increased. Removing natural gas incentives will lead to customers delaying replacement purchasing used equipment or the cheapest non-energy efficient appliances available. EmPOWER Maryland incentives work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Eliminating them would increase emissions. Questions?
Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Sure.
So these more energy efficient natural gas appliances, do they cost substantially more than the old equipment?
They are a little bit more expensive because they're quality brands. So there are cheap imports that will do the trick for a shorter period of time, but they're definitely not as efficient.
Well, a lot more expensive or just moderately more expensive? The reason I'm asking the question is typically when we do incentives, it's to overcome a very large increase in cost. So, for example, the price differential between a air conditioning unit and a air source heat pump is substantial, and we provide incentives through our policies to incentivize the more efficient things. I'm just curious to know if these natural gas, the more modern, more efficient natural gas appliances are substantially more expensive than a standard cheapest thing you can buy.
So the fryers that we focus on, because the incentives for other equipment has been too low to even have a marketplace. The couple of fryers that we really focus on that are Energy Star, that are high quality, they're Vulcan, they're very good. When you have a proper incentive, it will make it a little bit cheaper than going out to the market.
That's not my
the
question.
incentive.
My question is, are they substantially more expensive than a standard thing that people would buy? They're absent incentives.
So, yes, without the incentive, they will buy a cheap import, but it's not like it cancels out or goes under, but
Well-
it's substantial.
Well, I mean, are those cheap imports more energy inefficient
Yes,
or about the
yes. So the fryer that we focus on mostly, it's a 70,000 BTU fryer, and it acts like a 90,000 BTU fryer. So that's why I said there was about significant energy savings, and they obviously have a warranty and they last a lot longer. High quality brands will invest in becoming Energy Star efficient, meeting the standard, and then certifying it. The imports are significantly less expensive.
Okay.
Maybe 30-40% less.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So the fryer, what are we talking about in terms of an incentive that's offered?
So installed, the one that comes from Washington Gas, it's a $1,500 incentive.
Okay, and then how much is the fryer itself?
So the fryer is around $1,500, and then installation. So, we pay our installer.
Okay, wait. The fryer is $1,500.
I think maybe 13. My wife does the bookkeeping.
Okay, and then the incentive is $1,500.
Yes.
So
Installed.
so-
with a licensed plumber.
Okay, so then it doesn't cost anything.
So the fryer. Well, so there has to be some profit to me. I'm not a manufacturer.
So restaurant wants a fryer.
So right now it's $450 for the fryer and $400 for installation. So $850 for the fryer, and an import you can get for about the same amount of money. Plus, a lot of them do the install themselves, which is obviously unsafe.
Oh, okay, but so I'm trying to understand what does WGL give to the customer in terms of an incentive to go with the more efficient fryer?
So it's $1,500
Okay,
overall
that-
to
that
the
I-
project.
That I'm not. So it costs $1,000 to install it, but they get a $1,500 incentive.
We have to buy the equipment and pay the service provider.
Right. How much does the equipment cost?
I believe it's about $1,400 plus installation, plus some incentives to me to do my job.
Okay, but the math is not adding up for me. So I guess I can ask WGL. Okay, but the incentive, you're finding that the incentive serves as an incentive for them to go with a more efficient unit.
Definitely.
Okay. But I think you also testified that the other incentives are not high enough for customers to be incentivized to go with a more efficient unit. Is that your experience?
So for the gas appliances, they seem to be very expensive, and they've been fixed for many years, and they're just not enough to have me go out and try and sell them to customers, because
Okay.
there's just not enough money off to make it so that they would upgrade to the higher end products.
Okay, so in your experience, the only incentives that are working are the incentives for fryers.
For the Washington Gas, for me,
Yes.
and that I'm a kitchen appliance person.
Yeah. No, but that's so stoves.
So stoves are not Energy Star at all, and you know the one that we could focus on would be convection ovens for gas conversion, but there's no financing available as in the PEPCO program with the on-bill financing from Washington Gas, and that would be one of the opportunities to change, and then also griddles would be another, because some of the other items that I mentioned would not be eligible. They're not Energy Star, and they're not rated.
Okay, so fryers are Energy Star, griddles are Energy Star, the convection oven is Energy Star.
Yes.
And any other appliance that's Energy Star that where the incentive is not enough?
You know, I haven't really studied this in a while,
Okay.
because it was just out of bounds. If the thing costs $15,000 and the incentive is like $800, I just can't sell it. So, you know, I'm not going to walk in and tell them you're going to have to pay $14,000 to me when it's something that's manageable or you know hits the market.
Okay, so they'll replace a gas stove with a gas stove as opposed to gas stove with a convection stove.
So a range like the one where the oven's on the bottom and the burners on the top, those are not Energy Star at all. So they're not rated by anybody. I think they were some were rated in California, but they're not Energy Star at all.
Okay.
But a convection oven, which is like the ones where you see has the double doors, those come in electric and gas, both. But again, they're pretty expensive, and the rebate hasn't been enough to drive me to sell it and the customers to buy it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But I mean, back to the fryers, this has been working very well for customers for the last 8 years. You know, I focused in on it. Fortunately, there is a small number of products that are economy fryers, which are down, in the lower stratosphere of pricing. Once you get out of this pretty basic fryer category, the $1,500 does not go very far, because, if you look at a McDonald's fryer, they're like $30,000. So these are pretty modest, and they're affordable. But at the same time, somebody can go to Restaurant Depot and get a fryer import for $700, and they're junk, and they use a lot of gas, and they don't last. So, I mean, that's where the incentives come in. People are going to buy a high quality Vulcan fryer, and the incentives definitely impact and make it worth my while to do my job and educate people into the Energy Star alternative.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, since we're learning about the restaurant business, let me ask a couple questions. So your clientele are restaurants, both the national franchise things and local mom and pop restaurants?
Yes. So most of my clients are under 100 kilowatts in peak demand, because the majority of our business is the PEPCO Small Business Program.
Sure. To my, I guess, conventional understanding of the restaurant business is the profit margins are pretty thin. So when you're trying to get folks to invest in this high efficiency equipment, I mean, is this something that they're willing to do, or do they literally wait till what they have breaks and they got to replace it?
So it depends on the incentive level. So when we had some periods with Washington Gas of LTOs, limited time offer, where they increased the incentive significantly for a short period of time, a few months, my business quadrupled because it would be made it a no-brainer for people to do it now. Also, I've been doing this for 11 and a half years for Pepco, and I'm the first call for most of my customers because they can get a significantly better product, and they can get it at at least the same price or cheaper than they can get it on the marketplace, and they are willing to do early replacement the more generous that the incentives are. So over time, the incentives have been pretty stagnant from Pepco and Washington Gas, but the price of everything's gone up a lot, and so it's made it a little more difficult for me to get people to do early replacement. But when incentives are better, or if the on-bill financing is available, you're definitely right. People are looking at the payrolls. They're upset. The health inspector comes in and says, if I see this thing here again, you are going to be cited, and they're worried about making payroll. So when I get the call, or I walk in and the health inspector's just been there, and we've written letters to the health inspector saying this project is pending. Please don't cite my client, because sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get the equipment they need. It's a godsend, and I'll tell you that having thousands of customer contacts, people really appreciate the EmPOWER Maryland incentives and the impact it has on their business, and they're always down on how much they have to pay for their electricity or the gas, but when they get something back, it really has an impact. I mean, it's real.
And at the beginning of your statement, you made a comment about the expense of, I guess, upgrading the electrical system at the
Right.
restaurant facility.
Yes.
I mean, what are we talking about there? I mean,
So electric appliances take a lot of electricity. 60 to 80 amps of electricity to hardwire these appliances. So each one would need very thick wire to go to the cooking center from the box, and the copper wire that's required, 4 gauge, is very expensive. The farther you are from the box, the more expensive it is, and then you have to have an electrician terminate these very, very thick wires at each appliance. If it's above, I think, 60 amps, there's no plug. You have to hardwire each one, and then each one requires a double breaker. So if you look at your existing box and there's no room, then the next thing is you have to possibly do a sub panel, which costs a few $1,000s more. And then if you don't have enough amperage in the building, because these things, if you wanted to have 4 appliances, that's a lot of amps, and then you have to call the utility and they tell you, okay, it's $45,000 to run another box outside your thing to do another 200 amps. So that would be in the tens of thousands of dollars. So each thing adds up. There would be some economies of scale. I'm not sure if you need engineering drawings if you want to put your sub panel nearer to the cooking line, if you could. So everything's expensive, and then obviously once you start doing a construction project, if you need to put a lot of stuff through walls, there are a lot of issues. I mean, you could open a wall and then all of a sudden you have vermin come into the restaurant, or some other things. I'm not saying. I mean, some of these places are in the cities, so things happen.
okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
No, I think we're good. So
Okay,
thank
can
you.
I just leave this one for
Sure.
Commissioner?
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Ashita with RMI.
If you want to come to the table, that's fine, or, I mean, either way, so. Like I said, just make sure the little green light's on and then spell your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we actually.
My name is Ashita Gona, Ashita, last name Gona, Gona. Good. All right, good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. My name is Ashita Gona. I'm a senior associate at RMI. We're a clean energy research nonprofit, and our mission is to secure a clean, prosperous, zero-carbon future for all. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on the revised EmPOWER plans from the utilities. EmPOWER's wide reach provides substantial opportunities to upgrade and decarbonize homes across Maryland in line with the state's climate goals. We commend the proposals put forward by utilities that prioritize weatherization, make-ready measures, heat pump adoption, and fuel switching. We also recommend the PSC take the following items into consideration as it reviews the plans. First, we recommend that the PSC focus on heat pump adoption and phase out incentives for central AC and fossil fuel equipment. Utilizing heat pumps for both heating and cooling can reduce emissions and energy bills compared to fossil fuel heating systems combined with central AC. Additionally, fossil fuel appliances lock customers into an additional 10 to 20 years of fossil fuel combustion in their homes. Second, the proposed EmPOWER electrification budgets and incentives we see from the utilities today are a starting point, and we recommend that the utilities are required to increase residential and commercial electrification incentive budgets over time. These additional funds would advance widespread adoption of technologies that reduce building sector emissions and monthly energy bills. Third, incentive accessibility remains a challenge in Maryland, including on incentive applications, outreach, and education. Utilizing program design best practices would reduce friction and create accessible pathways for all customers. Efficiency Maine is one such program that has streamlined and simplified their incentive process and have developed a robust contractor network. We encourage the PSC to solicit public comments to increase LMI accessibility, as this is a very important piece of this puzzle. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. RMI is happy to answer any follow-up questions and provide examples of how other states have approached incentives.
Any questions? Well, actually, so I don't know if you were here yesterday. But
I was
we
not.
Had, so we had a fairly extensive conversation with the experts from the Office of People's Counsel who made a similar recommendation about central air. And it mainly had to do with the concern about the expense of moving to the right size heat pump to accomplish what the central air systems would do, and sort of how to, and whether or not it made sense to continue incentives for central air if it at least got people off of room air conditioners and went to at least that process on the way if you couldn't get all the way to the heat pumps. I mean, do you have experience in that area? And if you want to, sort of take it back to the shop and send us something related to that after you look at what the discussion from yesterday, that's fine too.
Sure, I think I probably will take it back to the shop. The only other thing I'll mention is RMI, the organization I work for. We published an affordability analysis in which we found that not from an upfront cost perspective, but on like a monthly bill perspective, residents of Maryland would see annual savings switching from central air and a gas furnace to a heat pump. So on the operational cost side, we do see savings. So that's what I'll mention for now, but I will take it back to the shop and submit something to the
Thank you.
docket.
Oh, well, actually,
Okay, so the savings, is it sort of over the life of the appliance? Is that, do you sort of, 'cause the issue is the upfront cost.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is a significant hurdle. that even incentives can't really address. So
Yeah.
when you're looking at the savings, I'm assuming you do it over the life of the appliance.
We do have numbers for lifetime cost as well. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I'm happy to submit something to the
Yeah,
document.
actually, and that was going to be my
Yeah.
follow-up is can you provide that
Yes.
analysis to us? Because I would be very interested in seeing it.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, before you.
So let me just
Go.
summarize. Let me just summarize for you so that you can respond what the flow of the conversation was, in my opinion at least. For the same amount of money that you could buy 2 or 3 efficient central air conditioning units, you get maybe one, air source heat pump. And so therefore, if your budget is the same amount of money, one heat pump might have the effect of denying 3 individuals from upgrading their air conditioning. And it's that trade-off that I personally am struggling with.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I will
Okay.
talk to my team and get back to you.
Okay,
you very
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Emily Scar with Maryland Perg.
I actually
All right.
don't see her in the room, so yeah.
We-
Okay.
Okay. Sean Maloney.
Hello again.
Sir.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Actually, yeah. Make sure that
Good morning, Chair Hoover and members of the Commission. My name is Sean Maloney, and I'm the current president of the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland. Can you hear me?
Spell your last name.
I'm sorry.
That's-
Maloney, Mallonee. Current president of the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland, a trade association for independent HVAC contractors in the Baltimore metro region. I'm also president of SM Mechanical, a family-owned full-service heating and cooling company. HACC and our member companies continue to be strong supporters of the EmPOWER Maryland program because it saves ratepayers energy and money, creates and maintains Maryland energy efficiency and HVAC jobs, and creates a healthy environment. As the Commission considers these refiled plans, we respectfully encourage continued consideration of the contractor role and implementation of these programs and of the importance of affordability as Maryland pursues building electrification goals. We encourage the Commission to approve robust, flexible EmPOWER programs that are designed to serve all Maryland residents, and we support the beneficial electrification plans proposed by the EmPOWER utilities. The proposed incentives are robust and will help address upfront cost barriers to the installation of heat pumps, particularly in combination with the forthcoming IRA rebate programs. We also encourage continued inclusion of natural gas equipment under EmPOWER. Heat pumps can increase utility bills and energy burdens, particularly in unprepared homes, and the efficiency programs offered by the gas utilities therefore remain an important opportunity for reducing energy usage. The majority of HVAC upgrades still occur in emergency situations, and customers cannot wait for upgraded electric service without heating or cooling. Continued inclusion of high-efficiency gas equipment allows the state to secure efficiency gains while supporting emergency replacements and affordability all at once. Additionally, we appreciate the continued work of the Commission and the utilities in supporting high-quality installations by aligning the HVAC program with robust license, certification, and permit requirements. As higher-value rebates become increasingly available we encourage the Commission to continue working with local buildings and permitting officials to ensure that all projects meet applicable state and local laws and permit requirements. We have continued to engage in the midstream work group process, but we are concerned by the continued lack of transparency within the work group. We encourage the Commission to provide detailed guidance to the work group regarding frequency and participation in its meetings to ensure that it can once again become a forum for stakeholders' feedback into what is an otherwise opaque program development process. We look forward to continuing to work with the Commission, the utilities, and other stakeholders to share the voice of the contractor and help make these programs even more successful. Again, those are my formal comments. So, like last time, informally, I do appreciate, we felt like we got a lot done after the last time. You guys helped us out in kind of bringing up the issues that we were having with some of the utilities and working together on that. Some of the things that we've been finding, obviously the values of a lot of these rebate programs went up immensely. It created a few new problems, though, that we're seeing right now. Everything's about participation with the contractors. We've talked about that before. If the contractors aren't willing to participate, it's a tree falling in the woods no matter how much money you're offering. One of the problems that we're finding now is that with the increased amount of rebates, we're still being asked as contractors, particularly the smaller to mid-sized contractors, we're being asked to kind of hold a lot of that money back. So, for instance, on the EmPOWER with the home performance program, it increased from $7,500 up to $10,000. Sounds great, but at least on that end, there's a lot of downstream, right? So we can kind of get all that money back. With a lot of the other rebates, they're still midstream. And we're finding that issue to where contractors are being asked to hold even more money back. So you can imagine in the middle of summer or in the middle of winter, you could go from, kind of holding tens of thousands of dollars that you're waiting for and making sure you're getting that money back and having to process it, track it, make sure that not only the utility company's not messing it up, but they're sending it to the distributor, and then the distributor's not messing it up. So you're adding another hand in there, with the midstream. It creates a lot more stress for the average contractor. And with economic times as they are right now, nobody wants to take unnecessary risk. It goes right back to now the participation drops. I speak often enough with some of my people at ICF just to kind of see how it goes, and they ask me in particular because we are one of very few HVAC contractors that does home performance and energy audits in-house for a lot of the home performance and weatherization program stuff. They ask us, hey, how are customers being, so they can kind of get a finger on the pulse, through us. From what I understand, the volume of these rebates are down. The number of customers and contractors who are using them are down on the whole since everything increased. But the value of the ones that are going through are increasing. So, we have this big bucket of money that's growing, and we want that volume to go up, obviously. If the volume's not going up, then we see we're right back to another lack of contractor participation. So we need to kind of figure out how to do that. One of the things that we have to look at is financing, right? Everything's becoming increasingly more and more expensive. We're getting ready to we just had a major revolutionary change in the HVAC industry as far as equipment goes from the federal government, January 1st, 2023. Everything got a lot more expensive, pile that on top of COVID, obviously, and we are getting ready to have another massive revolutionary change January 1st, 2025. The refrigerant is going to change from R410, which has basically been the constant for the last almost 20 years, to the new A2L refrigerants, which are semi-flammable. There's some more things that are going in with that. We haven't even gotten pricing on it yet, but all the manufacturers are consistent in saying that there's going to be another 20 to 30% increase on the cost of equipment. So there's in the very short term, in the not so long term, but still short term, 2028, we're going into major DOE requirement changes where standard 80% efficient furnaces are going to be banned. So the minimum is going to be not just 92% efficient furnaces, which is the standard on higher efficiency gas furnaces today. It's going to go up to 95%. So just the cost of a furnace is going to increase by about $800 to $1,000 just in that requirement alone. So that's going to make a major difference in our cost. That's going to skyrocket everything. When you hear the simplified version saying, oh, customers are going to save money by spending that money, it was, I particularly heard President Biden when this was announced a year or so ago, maybe 2 years ago, the cost of a higher efficiency furnace is only about $300. Well, we're not putting in just a high efficiency furnace. It's going to be the next step up high efficiency furnace, which is a $900 difference. When you do that, typically going from an 80% to a 90%, you can't vent into the chimney anymore, obviously. We have to vent outside. There's going to be additional work. So imagine if you have a furnace that's in the middle of your basement that's fully finished. Now you're running PVC vent, air intake, and exhaust lines outside through a finished space. Now you're getting into additional work, could be $1,000 to $2,000 between the work and then the additional carpentry, drywall, everything with that. Then typically when you have an 80% furnace, there's going to be an 80% water heater sitting next to it. You cannot, what they call, orphan a water heater, meaning that the chimney is sized for both appliances. If you leave the smaller appliance in there by itself, it will not vent properly. There'll be issues where it's going to rust it out, carbon monoxide issues. So you have to do one of two things. Either install a properly sized chimney liner just for that water heater, which is going to be somewhere between $1,500 and another $2,000, or replace that water heater with some sort of other type of water heater. Now you're talking about over $2,000, $3,000 again. So when 2028 kicks in, every single person who has an 80% furnace is going to have an increased cost of potentially $4,000 to $6,000. I don't know where people think that people are going to have this money. And financing is becoming harder and harder because, times are tight. Some people are missing some payments on, things that aren't as important. It's hurting their credit scores. And then we're having trouble financing people that we used to be able to finance relatively easily. So that's creating an issue. One of the things that I'm strongly recommending is that we incentivize dual fuel heavily, meaning if we have a ton of customers, the older parts of town and the city, especially inside the Beltway, they're set up for gas and oil equipment. So that means they have a lot of 100 amp service, electrical service in there without the need to go to 200 amps, which adds time. It adds a lot more money to be able to switch over to heat pumps. In a perfect world, we could switch to heat pumps. The grid's fine, everything's good. But where we live, and especially people like in the Baltimore area, we have gas. We're set up for gas. We have a study that we can cite that if you show entire large neighborhoods, one being all electric with heat pump heating, and one having dual fuel. So basically, anytime above 40 degrees, the heat pump is operating in heating mode. When it drops below 40 degrees, that's when the gas furnace kicks in. We live in central Maryland. The average daytime temperature in January is 40 degrees. So there is going to be times where the gas is going to run, but by and large, all spring, all fall, and a good part of the winter, we're going to have enough mild days to where the heat pump is going to be the primary driver, and it's going to work efficiently and comfortably. It's when it drops down below that if you have a standard heat pump, it's going to be uncomfortable heat that heat pumps are known for. It's that chilly heat and then your bill is extremely high because you're running off of electric heat if it needs to. If you have that backup gas furnace and we can use that only when it needs to be used, we're finding that there's only a 2% difference in carbon emissions because the electricity is not coming from magic. We're not grabbing it out of the air. So you have to look at it from how much are the carbon emissions from wherever it's being generated, which is going to be some sort of power plant, which is using fossil fuels for the most part. We only have one nuclear power plant. We don't have a lot of wind turbines. I know of one hydroelectric plant that we have, so the majority of the electricity that we have is coming from fossil fuel generation. So when you take an entire neighborhood that is nothing but electric, believe it or not, compared to an entire neighborhood that has dual fuel with gas furnaces, there's only a 2% difference in carbon emissions. So that will effectively allow us to be able to not charge these customers money that they don't have to come up with and maintain their gas furnaces. And the net result is we're not losing out on the carbon emission drop that everybody thinks that we're getting from going strictly to heat pumps. Do you have any questions on that?
Well, actually, we probably got some questions on kind of a number of topics you brought up.
I kind of figured.
So actually, let me start with Bonnie, and then I'll come back to you.
Right. Okay. So, so you're sort of dealing with incentives both on the electric side and the gas side.
Yes.
In terms of the gas side, what do you find to be the most effective of the incentives in terms of getting your customers to switch to more energy efficient appliances? So and which are, I mean, you heard the testimony
Sure.
earlier. So for that contractor's perspective, the fryer is the only one that they're sort of opting for.
Mm-hmm.
That is the restaurant industry. So I understand it's a smaller subset. But what are you finding to be the most effective of the incentives?
So heat pump hybrid water heaters. I mean, we jumped up, with your recommendation on the EmPOWER, money increased back in January. It doubled for BG at least. It's different across the utilities, but for BG, which obviously, the larger one around here, it went from $800 to $1,600 up front. And then we're able to also add on, if you do an energy audit, we can add on a lot more money depending on the number of people in the house. That is extremely effective. And it is a 75% reduction in the electricity that's used for, compared to a standard water heater. As far as heating systems go, it's really hard to get somebody to switch over from a gas furnace over to a heat pump, because the amount of money that they have to spend up front in order to do that, and again, going back to like we discussed last time, BGE is really backed up on their electric upgrades. We can get lucky if we do it kind of in the spring, but if we were to do it now, we wouldn't be able to get them heat with the backup electric heat.
Okay, so your customers are opting for more efficient gas.
Yes, they're opting for whatever they can afford. To go from 80% to 90%, they usually there is a higher efficiency 80% model that we can install that's two-stage. They'll go for that because then they don't have to mess with the chimney, they don't have to mess with the water heater.
And that will have an incentive attached to it.
It really doesn't have anything right now.
Okay, so that's sort of my question is so in terms of the appliances that customers are opting for, what are they opting for that have incentives attached to it?
The major incentives are going from a standard heat pump to a higher efficiency heat pump, because literally all we have to do is just order different equipment. They have the way that we do it, and I don't speak for everybody when it comes to this, but just think about this: you have your heat pump, you have a standard heat pump, you need a new one. I don't care if it's broke or you're just being proactive. The average cost of a standard heat pump versus one step up that it gets all the rebates is about $2,000. They're readily available, no differences in us, as far as installation, setting it back, or anything like that. So it's a $2,000 additional cost. You automatically get a $2,000 federal tax credit under the IRA. So it's the same cost. The only problem you have with that is you have to come out of pocket $2,000 and wait till tax time to get that $2,000 back. What we like to do through some of our promotional financing is we offer that 0% interest free for 18 months, and our manufacturer, they cover that the financing cost. So it's a no-brainer. You have 18 months to pay it off. You can wait for that to come back, and you get an additional usually $1,000 from BGE that we have to offer. So it's literally cheaper to put in a high efficiency heat pump versus a standard efficiency heat pump.
So you'll walk away with $1,000 by changing out. Okay.
In theory.
Okay.
Because when it's midstream, you're relying on the contractor to actually give that $1,000 and not pocket it. And I'm somebody who just objectively, I'm a business owner, but I know how it works. If I'm taking on the risk, there are a lot of businesses who are just going to pocket that $1,000. So you're still only a $2,000 difference. Well, I should say you're still breaking even on it. You're not walking away with the extra money. So it's not being used because of midstream the way that it's intended. And when it passes through multiple hands, it's just like when you donate money. If you donate $100, how much do you actually think of that $100 is going to what you're donating it for by the time it passes through hands?
And the midstream contractor is not obligated to pass that on.
There's no way to prove it. There's no way to track it because every business has different overhead.
Okay. So in terms of the gas side of the business, other than the heat pump water heater, what other gas incentive do you find working for your customers?
Really nothing, because even under the federal guidelines, which that's something I wanted to bring up as well, so I'm glad you brought that up. We're trying to make everything as streamlined as possible, because it's going to be extremely difficult, again, to have really good contractor participation if all these programs are all over the map, right? It becomes very confusing, and if it becomes confusing, the likelihood that an estimator could screw something up and then the company could eat money because it's in the contract that a customer thinks they're going to get this in rebates or whatever else, and then it's wrong. That'll be the last time we do that. It's got, as you can imagine. So we're trying to streamline it and make things that are through EmPOWER line up with things that are going to be through the IRA, which is also difficult because one of the things that I was fighting for several years with the utility companies was EER removal. And I finally convinced them last summer, let's do a limited time offer and see what the difference is, because I promise you it'll make a big difference in participation. And EER does not apply to the state of Maryland at all.
What is EER?
Energy efficiency rating. So there's two ratings. Yeah, the SEER and the EER. Yeah.
I understand it.
Okay. So the ER does not apply to us, but we can get Maryland and the utilities to drop the EER requirement because they have control of that. We can't get the federal government and the DOE to drop it under their requirements under the IRA. The EER really holds back a lot of eligible equipment that should be able to get rebates. So right off the jump, we're not going to be able to get those two to align. If it's possible, and you guys have some power over this, MEA has been extremely difficult to work with. We don't really get any kind of consulting with them, and we're right back to where we were with the EmPOWER program. Whether you like it or not, the contractors are your conduit to getting the goals achieved, because we are the ones who are educating the customers. We are the ones who are offering the options that include whatever incentives you're doing, and if we're not consulted with and we're not doing it in a way that there is going to be good contractor participation for whatever reason, then the program is not going to be successful from the beginning, and it's going to be much more difficult to change it midstream compared to trying to get it right off the beginning.
So the MEA programs, from a contractor perspective, they're not working.
It's been 2 years, and we don't see any implementation in sight for the IRA money. That money, however many millions and millions of dollars, are sitting in a bank somewhere in Maryland. They're in charge of implementing this, and we just had a meeting. Our board just had our meeting with our lobbyist the other day, and we're putting more money towards working with MEA for another year. And we haven't seen any results, and we don't see the light at the end of the tunnel on when this program is going to be implemented. And a lot of the things that I have customers asking me right now is, hey, I'm reading online that there's these big rebates through the IRA program. And it's like, well, I mean, check back with me in a year, and maybe you'll be able to get those, because we have no idea what's going to be required and how we're going to be able to get you that money. So you have some customers who are willing to, like, hey, if I can get some of this money to do an electricity upgrade, I'd be willing to switch over to a heat pump. It's not available yet, and I don't know when it's going to be available. So it's a lot of lost opportunities between now and whenever it does get implemented. And I'm worried that once it is implemented, it's going to be so burdensome that contractors aren't going to be willing to use it. We're right back to square one, low contractor participation.
And they've not reached out to you, in your opinion, to work with you to get this? Okay.
No, it's like pulling teeth.
Okay, so you're saying this is a lost opportunity.
I'm saying that the same thing happened with the utilities, and I feel like after January, you guys did a really good job of leaning on some of the utilities to say, work with the contractors. Why are you not working with the contractors? And that's why I mentioned it in my comments. We were, like, for a while there, we were really kind of going back and forth. We had some good dialogue with them. We did that limited time offer last year, and it worked just like I said it would, and then now they made it permanent. We haven't really had hardly any dialogue with them in the last probably 6 months. So they're not really, I talked to some people that are within the program, but not in a formal way to where here's what we're going to do to kind of modify this and make this work. Hey Sean, what you as a contractor, what are you finding works? What do you find doesn't work? So we're looking for more dialogue between us and them to kind of go over where we're at.
So once this program is implemented through MEA, are you hoping that they're going to have a contractor list? I mean, so that you have a relationship with the utilities. They sort of know the contractors that are out there. Mm-hmm. Are you hoping that there will be some sort of engagement so that MEA would be able to steer to a potential applicant? These are the contractors that do this kind of work. Is that where you're hoping this is going to end up?
Well, absolutely, because obviously I'm a licensed contractor. I represent about 300 licensed contractors in Maryland. I represent the majority of the people who are going to be offering anything that has to do with these rebates and incentives, and we're trying to get the money to the people who are, obviously, if you're a taxpayer, you're also in Maryland, you're also a utility rate payer. So it's your money, either way. And we're just trying to make sure that people are not only getting it, but another point that I'd like to make with that is we've been pushing for quite a while now, and we're gonna push a little bit harder this year for permits to make sure that, you just mentioned, is there a list of contractors? It's kind of the Wild West. You don't have to be licensed to be able to get this money. The only way that you can prove that somebody's licensed is to be on some sort of a list that you're approved, and then also have permits. Now, I know when we do I do a lot of work, LMI work with Baltimore City through the city directly and also through a lot of nonprofits who kind of get certain grant money. And if it's federal grant money, they require permits. If it's anything at state, through EmPOWER or anything like that, no permits. Wild West. You can have your neighbor do it. They don't really care if if it's safe. They don't really care. I mean, obviously, I believe they want it to be safe, but they're not doing any kind of oversight that is making sure that somebody who is approved to do this is the one who's doing it. So the other problem with that is if you're not a properly trained contractor and you're installing higher efficiency equipment, the customer's not going to get that efficiency that they're expecting because it was installed improperly. So that adds another layer problem. And then obviously we just had that massive explosion up in Bel Air. We're never going to know what caused that, but it does bring up the fact that the possibility of danger when we're talking about any kind of equipment. Because even heat pumps are electrical. I've seen a lot of hack work out there to where it's like, man, you're lucky that this didn't burn your house down, from somebody who had no idea what they were doing and just slapped it in there. Wires are loose and could arc and everything else. The point is that it is becoming increasingly more dangerous because if people who are unlicensed have access to all this money, you're going to get a lot more unlicensed contractors doing a lot more work that is questionable, to say the least.
So if we're dealing with utility rebates, is there a licensing requirement there?
Absolutely not.
So this is not just an MEA issue. This is an issue for any rebates coming out of the utilities.
Yeah, and one thing that we're pushing for, that we're discussing right now for the new session, is we're going to try to file for a bill. It'd be great if you guys supported this, with us, because it makes sense. There is no state law that says that any kind of distributor has to sell to somebody with a master's license. So us as HVAC contractors, obviously, we're licensed, we can pull permits, the whole thing. It's state law that in order to touch HVAC equipment, you have to have at least an HVAC journeyman's license, okay? But if anybody can walk into a distributor and buy HVAC equipment, that's whether it's gas or whether it's, heat pumps or whatever else, who's going to stop them from installing it? If they have easy access to the equipment, they're going to install it. So there's no stopping that. And then they can put in for the rebates and anything else. So we're trying to make it more difficult so that way, again, we go back to the contractors being the only ones to install it so it's safe and working properly. We're seeing now in some states that they're opening up stores in the mall to where you can walk in and buy ductless mini splits and things like that. You can order stuff online. We get it all the time where customers call us and they're like, how much would you charge me in labor to install this equipment that I ordered off of Amazon? So you can see where I'm going with this. It's becoming more and more dangerous, and it's not going to work out the way people want it to work out because it's just there's no oversight. So we're trying to tie all this in, and it's gonna be, this is a one-time thing on this, and we feel like this is going to make a major difference for decades to come. And as the DOA increases the higher efficiency, there's higher sensitivity. It's going to become even that much more important that people who are trained to do this are the only ones doing it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Barve.
Yeah, thank you. Very informative. First, a baseline question. I would presume that you have a home improvement contractor's license?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you're saying a lot of your competitors might not?
That's why I feel like I'm always good to represent, because I go across the board. It's funny how different things are treated differently. I kind of be a little self-deprecating when it comes to this because I myself, I'm a master plumber, master gas fitter, master HVAC, and an MHIC license holder. So that's me personally. But in certain situations, I'll say, hey, I'm just a dumb plumber, right? And because we do energy audits and a lot of home performance, there's a lot of stringent paperwork that's involved with that. So when you do the HVAC work for a lot of these rebates, the more cumbersome the paperwork, the less likely that your average HVAC contractor is going to be wanting to do all that work. I get it. So if I think it's overly burdensome, it's like I know for a fact that the majority of them are. Then when you get into plumbers, if you're an HVAC and plumbing company and you're installing a heat pump hybrid water heater, you're used to some of that paperwork from all the BG programs over the years, but they made that upfront upstream for the heat pump hybrids, the $1,600 upfront, because they know plumbing companies, as soon as you say, hey, paperwork. Nope, not doing it. I'm a plumber. I don't do paperwork. I don't even have a pen. Okay. So then they just go back to, we're going to install the standard water heaters and not even offer the heat pump with the $1,600. So this is where, like, you have to be realistic on the expectations of your average, small business.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the rebates that are flowing mostly from the IRA, but they're also flowing from the state government as well
Yes.
in EmPOWER. And so I should know the answer to this question. Trace for me where the dollars start and where they go, because obviously if I own a house, and if I'm not low income, if I'm able to front the money until my taxpayer, until I file my taxes, I'll just pay you, you'll install it, I'll apply for it on April 15th, and I'll get reimbursed in March, or June of after the taxes, whatever. But for most people, where does the money start? Where does it go? And expand for me the time delay where you're not getting paid.
Okay, so we kind of have to work this out with the customer, because there are some options that include financing. Your average financing, it's going to be an additional 6.95%. So $10,000 job, to pick a round number, you're adding $695 in financing fees, because most people don't have $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 that they're willing
Right.
to come off of. If they have an issue with financing, they're usually not interested. Okay, and I'm not going to front it, because that'll really, I'll be six figures, waiting for money, and that really is risky.
No, right, but I mean, so the rebate money, whether it's from EmPOWER or from the IRA, where is it just a matter of waiting for the end line customer to get reimbursed? There's no mechanism where you can get the money and then discount the equipment when you sell it to the
That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we're supposed. When for HVAC equipment, that's the midstream. So that's where the money starts, and this is through EmPOWER. This isn't IRA.
Okay.
So the money obviously comes from the utility companies. That's being taken from the ratepayers, and when the distributor submits, here's the equipment that we sold, they get that money sent to them.
Okay.
And then we have to wait for a month, or maybe more than a month, depending on when we submit ours into the distributor, because we're going to receive a credit on our next bill on that.
Got it.
So yeah, so if we do it within a certain time, it might be on the next bill, but if it's later on in the month, it might be 6 weeks from now that we kind of see that. So when you're in those super busy summer months and you're doing 50% more business than your average month, then you're really going to be stacking up a lot of the money that you're putting out and waiting for it to come back.
Okay, understood.
And that's assuming you have a credit account, because not every contractor has a credit account. Then you're really putting the money out and like literally waiting for a check to come back from the distributor. I would never do that.
Okay, and the IRA money, though, that goes straight to the end consumer as a tax.
At tax time.
Okay, and there's no provision in the federal law to make it refundable upon. It's not like with the car. Okay, all right.
So what we're doing on that too is there's going to be a lot of work for our recommendation. We've been talking about this, is I think would be the best thing is there's going to be aggregators for this, because again, we do energy audits. We have to do a lot of paperwork for energy audits through the utility portals. I don't expect any HVAC company to do that, like unless they're like us and do this already. So I've already made that to everyone aware. Aggregators are going to be the only way this works, because now you're paying somebody to do all that paperwork, but then again, now you're losing some of that money because they're going to take their piece. So I mean, but that's going to be the best way to get any of that done. So that's the expectation we have right now, and that's our recommendation on it.
Okay, and the last question has to do with the comment you made about the refrigerant change on January 1 of 25. Could you just fill that out and explain what exactly is happening there?
So the refrigerant change, it was all supposed to be 2023, but the federal government was nice enough to push one of those. We had the M1, which was an efficiency increase, and then the A2L refrigerant, they allowed the distributors to push it, or the manufacturers to push it back to 2025. So it's a completely different refrigerant. You have GWP, which is basically it's a greenhouse gas level. So that the refrigerant that we're using today is, well, it's at like 1900 on the GWP chart. The new law says you have to be below 900. So there's a couple new refrigerants that came out that meet that threshold and go beneath it. So all equipment manufactured after January 1st have to be this A2L refrigerant. They've been using it some in Australia and some in Europe. We expect there to be some bugs because there's really no American equipment from the manufacturers who have used that. And showing my age a little bit, but I remember back in the 90s when we switched over from R22 to 410 in the beginning of the 2000s. There were some bugs, that kind of had to be worked out, just like why you don't really want to buy the first model year of a car, right? That's kind of where we're at, but it's going to cause massive changes in how much we're charging. 20 to 30% is what I'm being told from. We offer 3 different lines of equipment. All 3 of them, depending on what equipment you're buying, it's going to be between 20 and 30% increase in the cost of the equipment, which is obviously going to go directly to the consumer. Now that's eating into some of that the incentive cost, because now the cost of the job is that much more.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let me try and unpack some of this. Let's start with the incentives. So we got the federal incentives, which are mainly tax credits, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so basically it's the IRS that's determining how that gets to the customer, correct?
Well, the IRS is giving it to, they gave it to the state. So all of the money that we're using right now, like I said, the $2,000 it gets back on that, that's federal tax credits. But some of this money is, I want to say 75 million right now. I could be wrong on that, but it's a large sum of money. The state of Maryland has had that for a couple years now. I mean, when the IRA was passed.
Wait, actually, I understand that part. So, so there's money that went to mainly to MEA to do state grant programs, but I want to focus initially just on the direct federal incentive to get people to do the right thing.
And that's where we're at.
That's a tax credit.
It's a tax credit right now.
Right.
The partial part of it that's
Right.
in effect and has been in effect since they started the program,
Right.
that is a tax credit. It's up to MEA to implement how
I
the money
understand it,
have
but
that is.
before we get to the MEA money, so just dealing with the federal tax credit money. So the only way you access that is your discussion with Commissioner Barve, where you do the action and then put that on your tax return,
Yes.
and then it comes from the feds. So there's really nothing that we can do to affect that unless we convince IRS to make
No,
some
and I don't
changes.
expect that.
Okay. So the next pot of money are the money that MEA controls. So the money that they got from DOE, and also the sort of state incentives that have been created through RGGI and things like that. And so MEA creates the requirements for the various programs on that. And I guess my impression is that you have some concerns about how that money's being gotten to the customer.
Yeah.
Now, I guess one question I have, it strikes me that this would be an issue that ought to be discussed at least in the work group. Has that come up or not come up?
We haven't really had any work groups with MEA. That's a problem, right? MEA reached out to me, I'd say probably over 2 years ago when they first. I remember one of my people for in the Be Smart Energy program called me, and he was happy that he's like, I thought I was going to get the IRA program. I don't have it. They're giving it to MEA because it's going to be that stressful. So MEA reached out to me and asked me some questions again over 2 years ago at the beginning of the process. And I told them, like, I don't envy your job. Like, it's going to be very difficult to figure out an implementation process from scratch on this. But we're here, and I definitely ask, any questions you have. We can work with you along the way on this process. Never heard from them again. Our advocacy group, Andil, they just recently had a work group where we had a bunch of contractors in there, and from what I was told, MEA was in the back of the room, but not much, not much from them as far as directly asking questions. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, I understand it. So obviously we don't regulate MEA. Now, I'm perfectly happy because a couple of us actually have some personal experience with them. To sit down and talk to the folks that run that, because I've been in the situation of having to implement those things, and there's various hurdles and hoops that they got to go through.
Sure.
That both from the state government, but also from the feds when they set up these programs and things like that. But I guess part of what I'm trying to understand, so the last piece is the part that we actually control, which are the EmPOWER incentives. And so for the rebates that BG&E, Pepco, and the rest of them provide, you're saying that that money goes from the utility to the equipment
To the distributor.
distributor and then eventually comes to you.
Yes.
The and obviously we can change that, I guess,
I'm sure you can.
and
I
make
mean,
it.
We would like it to go back. We said this back in January. The biggest changer on all this would be to go back to downstream, because the contractors, as the rebate amounts and the incentive amounts increase, you're asking the contractors who we're not BG Home, we're not like some of these big huge companies who have the resources to do this. If it goes back to downstream, you'll have a lot more contractor participation, because the onus goes back to the utility companies like it used to be when it was very successful. And then when it went to midstream, which I'm just going to go out and say, I believe that it went to midstream because it's a lot less work on the utility companies. But then who fronts that work? The smaller businesses who don't and can't and don't have the resources to front that work. We've been asking for every day, hey, let's go back to downstream. I guarantee you the participation will go up. So that's where your control is.
Okay, all right. So I understand that part. So the so I assume that a number of your companies have this situation where you have yearly contracts with people where you go and check their
Preventive maintenance is,
heating systems and all that sort of stuff. And you talked earlier about part of the problem is that a lot of customers don't make the decision until what they have breaks. And then at that point, they're sort of like, they got to have something, either air conditioning or heat or both. Do any of your companies, and have you given any thought to when you're doing these inspections, to have discussions with the customers to say, hey, it's at a point maybe you ought to consider replacement of your current system with, and here are your various options, here are the incentives that are there to try, because I know there's efforts made by DOE at the national level through websites and all that sort of stuff, and MEA does a lot of stuff, and the utilities do a lot of stuff trying to get people to think about it, but obviously most customers probably don't really think about it until they're sort of focused on it. And the one time they may be focused on it is when they're talking to your person doing the annual or the
Sure.
semi-annual checkup. So does that work? I mean, do some of your companies do that, or have you thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I mean, look, don't get me wrong. We
Sure.
definitely want we want business. We want to create business where there's there. Now, there's a lot of unscrupulous contractors that are out there, and we see it all the time. It's getting really bad where companies are lying to customers and saying that they should change their equipment. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. We've gone out many times on some of these. It's high pressure sales tactics. It's disgusting. But they'll scare them and hey, you have a cracked heat exchanger, and show them a picture, and it's not really cracked. It's going to kill your kids. That's how bad it can get when you do that. But I mean, I can only speak for me directly, but I also I know other companies how they operate as well. The goal of the preventive maintenance is to catch things before they become major, and then also to advise the customer. Here's your expectations on how long this should last. But it's not like buying a new car. If you know your car is getting old, you get a nice new car. You get all that. If you buy a new HVAC system, other than the peace of mind that comes with it, your heat worked yesterday. Now it works, but now you're $10,000 out of pocket. And that's.
Well, I understand, but given the fact that we
hard.
have these, sort of significant changes in policy. So the IRA and the other federal act were significant efforts on the part of the federal government to try and actually push, the population to go in this direction. But part of that is sort of, as it comes down through the system, trying to get people to actually think about it, and that's why I'm thinking that it may be, an excellent opportunity, to sort of fit in with hopefully with these other messages that folks are getting, so that way the customer can at least maybe plan it out, as
we do that,
opposed to waiting till the thing breaks and then having to deal with the financial situation at that point.
Sure, and that's why, and I just want to be clear when I brought up MEA, I know you don't work specifically with them or have any power over them. But I think we can all safely say we kind of have common goals here
Right.
on carbon reduction, electrification, reduced utility cost. If you have MEA, Empower Maryland, the IRA, you know what I mean? Like you have, it's all
Right.
somewhat similar, goals. The goals are aligned, but when you have three, or multiple
Well, I
different people
understand,
doing
trying
it,
to
we
get
want 'em to
everybody
be-
rowing in the same direction. Yeah,
Exactly. And then we can, when we come into a preventive maintenance contract like that, I can say, hey, listen,
Okay.
I can make you aware of this, plus this, plus
Right.
this. Now we're piggybacking stuff, and then
Sure.
that becomes that much more increasingly likely that a customer is going to make that jump because now they see those incentives and they're all adding up, and it's like this is a no-brainer at this point.
Okay, so there's an entity known as the Maryland Clean Energy Center, and they're actually been leading this effort to create what's known as a green bank, and it's designed to sort of facilitate the financing of energy efficiency and other climate-related activities. It's just at the starting level, but I think the goal of that is to actually be, a bank that would sort of deal with energy-related financing opportunities, including for customers and things like that. I mean, have you had any discussions with that entity about the green bank process? Or
Not-
are you
not-
really aware of it at all? Or
Not them, specifically, but we have had some options on it. The part of the problem is that we're always looking for these perfect scenarios, and if it's not 100% right, then
Sure.
it kind of goes away. I firmly believe that we're being conditioned at this point, no different than cars. I mean, you probably talk to your parents back in the day. It's if you didn't have the money for a car, you didn't buy a car. You don't finance it, right? Now it's turned into everyone finances it. It's a monthly bill, and then now it's to the point where cars are so expensive, you just for life you will have a car payment. We're doing it with cell phones now too. HVAC it's becoming so expensive now, with a lot of it being because of these increased efficiency standards and changes and everything. I firmly believe that we are not too far away from people just, hey, another monthly bill is going to be for your HVAC system, and then when it fails, you'll be just about paid off. Now let's take out another 10-year loan on it or whatever because it's unaffordable. So we're looking for any options possible, and if that means taking some of the money from EmPOWER or whatever to find more financing options, I think that'll be huge because a lot of people are just plain broke, and they don't have $5,000 if we go $5,000 or $6,000 for whatever the cheapest option is. If they don't have $5,000, they definitely don't have $15,000. And I just had a talk with one of my nonprofits that we do work for, and they said for your average LMI house that they're affording some of these programs through, we just did a job, and between the electrification and we put ductless mini splits throughout the house, the total bill, and she said this is common, is about $45,000. Okay, that's a lot of money for one house. So that's where I said, well, what if we can get something done, going back to my point about the dual fuel? If that customer already has gas, we can go from a $45,000 bill to, upgrade the electricity. We can go to a dual fuel setup. It's already been proven through our studies that it's only a 2% difference in carbon emissions. So that box is kind of checked, that we're doing our due diligence there. We're able to get it done right away. And then you're able to disperse. Instead of $45,000 to one house, you could do a dual fuel setup for, I don't know, maybe $12,000, give or take. Divide 45 by 12, think
Right.
about how many more, houses we can get done, because, I mean, that's something that we always talk about with equity, and we're talking about the people who have to pay for it, but the amount of money that people, who can't afford any of this, it's a lot of money.
I understand. So in this final issue about the people buying stuff on Amazon and either installing themselves or getting their neighbor to do it or things like that, there was an issue years ago when rooftop solar was done, where a number of companies that like roofing companies decided that, well, we put roofs on, we can put solar panels on there, and even though they weren't necessarily certified or trained to do that, and there was some concern, same thing, about causing damage and
Sure.
things like that. And I know some states adopted, certification processes that companies had to go through to be certified to actually put solar panels on your roof. But there's already a fair amount of licensing in your business, right?
Yeah, well, I already told you, to put your hands on a piece of HVAC equipment, you have to have at least a journeyman's license, which
Right.
requires, now we just increased it up to 4 years and 8,000 on the job hours training. So yeah, it's there, but there's no penalties. There's no, I mean, the worst penalty that there is that if you're doing a job and an inspector happens to drive by or somebody calls on you, then you get a stop work order. You might get a $1,000 fine, but we're trying to find ways to, if there's buckets of money that are available, like if like we do some work with PG County and they have kind of like the Be Smart Energy program, right? Prince George's, their money that comes from their county money for high efficiency equipment, you are not getting paid as a contractor unless you have a permit inspected, signed off on. Don't even bother putting in that the job's done for your money unless you have that permit with it. We would like to have that across the board, whether it be through EmPOWER, whether it be through MEA. We're just trying to protect people and make sure that
I understand,
we're doing it.
but I guess what I'm concerned about is I think there's a limit as to how much power we have to make those kinds of conditions. Now,
Oh no, I know it's not you, but I mean with the EmPOWER money, I think obviously if you recommend, because I talked to one of my people at ICF and he's like, that's a great idea. Whether or not I can convince the higher ups to do it, that's something different, because where it looks at just being frank about this, what is your definition of success? Is the definition of success that the money that you're removing from utility ratepayers, bills, if somebody looks at that money and it's spent, oh, that's successful. Okay, well, is it wasted? And if it's not wasted, is it done in a way that's safe and you're actually getting what you're wanting out of it? This is just something where it's like, hey, we want to make sure that when the money is spent, that doesn't necessarily mean it's successful. How is it spent and who's spending it and how is it installed?
I understand, but we do have to be cognizant of the authority that we have,
Yeah.
and that's mainly limited to the folks that we supervise, which unfortunately are private utility or
But your
public utility
recommendations
companies.
hold sway. That's my
No, I
point.
understand. Okay, so. Oh, actually, so.
So, yeah, our goal is to keep you on forever. It's only going to feel that way.
I've cleared out my schedule.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so I have a couple questions. So, downstream, would that be you or would that be the customer?
That's the customer.
Okay, so the customer.
Upstream's up front, like the heat pump hybrid water heaters up front. So heat pump hybrid water heater is almost $2,000 through the EmPOWER Maryland program just for heat pump hybrid water heaters. $1,600 off. I'm paying $400 for that water heater. That makes it very, very easy. Okay, because I'm not paying $2,000. Nobody's waiting to get any money back. Not the customer, not the distributor, not the contractor. That's a perfect scenario. We can't do that with HVAC equipment because it has to match up properly. So you have to. It's not a heat pump hybrid water heater is one piece of equipment. If you can go to Home Depot and buy that and get that money off because it doesn't matter. It's one thing. You can't
Right,
screw it
but
up.
your concern is where it's midstream. There's no guarantee that savings, that rebate's going to be passed on to customers.
Exactly. And I don't look, and I can pocket it myself. I'm trying to be objective here, representing, my contractors, but also representing the goal of these programs. I don't want to be tempted to keep the money. I would prefer that money directly go to the customer, and then I don't have to worry about it. We don't have to have this discussion.
Okay. The hybrid scenario, have you done installations of that?
I have one in my house. So
Yeah,
if that-
I have one also.
well then, so you love it when we have a mild winter. I mean, your bill is cheap.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, and ours is connected. We have a second house, and it's connected to propane. And
I have propane's expensive.
and we hardly ever use the propane.
That's
so
cool.
right. So, but I guess but have you have you done a lot of those kinds of installations?
We do it because it makes sense, but if we could have extra incentives on it to where it's a no-brainer, that's the goal. Like, we want to make something happen, but if we're handing out incentive money, I want to make my recommendations that gets the most use out of it. That's something that we can sell relatively easily for a certain amount of money, but if we can turn around and say, hey, you're going to basically pay just like the heat pump I told you, right? You go from a standard heat pump to a higher efficiency heat pump with the $2,000 federal tax credit. It's the same price. That is a no-brainer. Why would you not do something better for the same price?
Okay.
If we could make it to where the dual fuel it's not that much more to do dual fuel. So if we can take some incentive money and really kind of add that into there and allocate it, that becomes a no-brainer.
Right.
And then it attracts
I don't know if you're aware that WGL has proposed that.
Well, because they're gas and they need to because they're not getting their electricity rebates. But I mean, whatever works for them, I don't want it to be like a single. They look at it as we're only gas, so we need to keep some of these gas rebates. If it makes sense statewide, we should be pushing for it statewide. And look, I had when I testified in front of the commissioners a few years ago, one of the comments to me was. We had a little bit of a back and forth, but I was told, well, you're a business owner, so you don't really care about this, that, and the other because you're just looking to make money. And I kind of took offense to that, but I also had to say, you're right, but I install everything, so I'm going to make money either way. I'm just trying to make recommendations that make the most sense for me as a ratepayer because I live in Maryland and I'm not going anywhere, and me as a business owner, and for the objectives that you're trying to achieve.
Right. The financing issue. From your perspective, would you see more value from EmPOWER if some of the rebates were that money was instead moved over to some kind of financing option?
Absolutely. And one of the things that I kind of feel, and I think we do this in all aspects of government, is when there's a problem, we throw more money at it and hope that it works out. There's a certain threshold with this money where I'll give you the home performance example. It went up to 10,000, and they're talking about potentially going up to 15,000. I mean, I would say instead of just increasing incentives like crazy, how are we doing the incentives? And I think that because the cost of everything is going up, if we take some of that incentive money and then use it in a way that's going to work as far as financing goes, I think, just like I said earlier, ICF told me the volume is down. But the number, like the amount of money per job, is way up. We got to find a way to get that volume back up.
Okay, interesting. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Justin Berry with the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. All right. Thank you.
All right, you need me to spell my name?
Yes, please spell your name for the court reporter.
Great. So Justin Berry, JustinBarry. All right. Great. So thank you, Chair Hoover and Commissioners, for the opportunity to add public comment today. My name is Justin Berry. I'm a senior analyst at the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I am here representing GHHI. We participated with other advocates in developing the comments filed under the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates as well. So add our support to those and to the presentation that's going to follow. On behalf of our organization, though, wanted to be here, one, to speak to as an organization that's focused on low-income households in Maryland and delivering healthy housing interventions to them, highlighting the multiple benefits of the EmPOWER program and encouraging the Commission to recognize that when it comes to energy efficiency, health benefits, reducing climate pollution, all of those being important and offering benefits to the households and to the state. I also wanted to point to two key pieces related to this hearing. First, GHHI would look forward to participating in a stakeholder process to flesh out electrification programs as urged by MEEA in the comments that were filed. GHHI's over the past 2 years been delivering electrification retrofits to low-income households through our direct service programs in Baltimore City. So we look forward to sharing out the work there and taking our perspectives to a group that'll be looking at how to develop the best way of implementing that for the EmPOWER program and for the state. Our work is recently recognized by the U.S. Department of Energy. We are awarded the Buildings Upgrade Prize to support scaling our electrification work in Baltimore by deepening our community engagement, program analysis, and partnership. It's a multi-year prize. We're in a planning phase. Quickly, that will turn to a pilot and full-scale implementation phase. So we've got some additional support to do this. So again, we'll look forward to sharing out that work as it goes. We've been participating in the low-income work group that DHCD organizes related to the EmPOWER programs and DHCD's Green and Healthy Task Force. So we are participating in these conversations already. Be happy to continue to do that. The second part I wanted to highlight is that we strongly support the services offered through programs like EmPOWER being comprehensive, being able to pair efficiency and electrification, especially for low-income households. This approach helps reduce deferrals, serves homes most holistically, reduces energy burdens and system demands, and improves the client satisfaction. We appreciate the steps DHCD is taking to have their programs be able to align with other related programs to do this work. And so would encourage continuing to build off of that and having the DHCD programs be able to include electrification more and more in the future as they're delivering other services. It helps that we just are able to go in and work comprehensively once rather than having to circle back to a home to deliver other interventions later. So yeah, those are the two comments I wanted to highlight. I appreciate the opportunity to comment again, indicate the support for the MEA presentation later. Happy to answer any questions if the commissioners have them.
Commissioner Sussman.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your engagement in our other docket dealing with affordability issues. And I guess that's one of the first question I have looks to what I've sort of expressed some concern with the regressive nature of EmPOWER. It is the way it is, but I am concerned about situations where low-income customers don't get the full value of of what they're having to pay. So either they run into situations where they're just not able to take advantage of EmPOWER at all, or their engagement is rather limited, and the money's instead going to ratepayers that are not in the same situation. So how can we sort of make the program less regressive? How can we assure that low-income customers, those who don't own their home or renting, how can we assure that those customers are getting some of the value from EmPOWER?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I have two thoughts on it. I think one is ensuring that more and more low-income customers are being served, right? So having more service to them helps with that. I think that ensuring that customers are being able to enter the program, so categorical eligibility being one way of helping. So if customers or low-income households qualify for one program or perhaps identified as low-income, that they can get connected to the services, and then that those services can actually deliver to that household, making sure that there aren't barriers that would otherwise cause a deferral, and making sure that the programs are designed to meet the needs of those households. I think all of that is important. I know that the DHCD work groups have been talking about that with some of the internal processes that are being thought about how to improve coordination between programs for that piece as well. And then I think the other thought I have is making sure that the EmPOWER program is designed to focus on the highest impact pieces. So knowing that it is a regressive program, that the benefits of its successes are the things that are most impactful, right? So I think that understand the EmPOWER program both has the household benefits and the system-wide benefits, and then also the almost market transformation benefits of helping develop the capacity of the people implementing the program to deliver certain types of services to reach certain types of household, and ideally that can expand beyond just the program itself, especially if it's in coordination with other programs that the state might have, whether they're other DHC programs, MEA, the rebates, et cetera. But I think what I've seen is that the EmPOWER program can help set that direction because of the way that it's structured.
Would it make sense? I mean, there are some programs that have sort of a targeted percentage that need to reach low and moderate income. Would it make sense in the EmPOWER context to have some kind of sort of harder percentage number, or some sort of it could be a goal, not a hard number, but would it make sense to have at least some sort of recognition that some amount of money needs to go to the low and moderate income community?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And my understanding is that the goals that are for the low-income segment, that I believe this is the first year those were guiding the program, were aimed at achieving part of that. And I know my organization and others were a part of pushing for that, so that there would be a charge that would direct more resources to the DHCD low-income programs. And that also that a point of that was emphasizing the coordination with other programs as well. So EmPOWER being one of the programs that DHCD is using to achieve that higher goal.
Okay, thank you. The electrification pilot that you're working on, can you talk a little bit more about it? Where are you getting funding? So you're getting it under EmPOWER?
So we've been, there's a couple of different pieces I was referring to. We have been doing electrification in select homes within our programs over the past 2 years using a mix of different funding sources, state, federal, and local. Different homes have used different funding sources. Generally, though I'd have to double check numbers, EmPOWER has been a very small amount of what we've used for those specific electrification programs. I know our folks working on the Housing Intervention Services side and Maryland Program side are working with DHCD at looking at opportunities to be an implementer of different DHCD programs more formally. A lot of the funding that we have, some of it's been the MEA, low-income efficiency programs. We've worked closely with the City of Baltimore, so we were recipients of some of their ARPA funds, the COVID recovery funds that's helped fund this. We have some federal funds through HUD as well that we use. So it's a mix of different sources. So when we're doing these interventions, we're doing some amount of health and safety interventions. The focus of our organization, right, is on the health impacts. Energy efficiency, weatherization, and the electrification of electrical upgrades, appliance replacement in some of these homes. We've done.
You're also doing heat pumps then?
Right. So
Okay.
the appliance replacement, correct, would be heat pumps, stoves. We've done about, I believe, last I checked, about 40 to 50 homes having some amount of electrification, the majority of those being fully switched away from gas, not having to have any connection. In many cases, to fund the appliance replacement and the electrical work, we're using our most flexible funding. For example, things like the ARPA funding, which aren't guided by a strict program structure. And part of what we want to do with this is demonstrate the benefits, demonstrate how it's able to work, so we can come to work groups.
And how many homes have you been able to electrify?
I can get you an exact number, but it's somewhere in the 40 to plus range.
Okay, and then and you're interested in expanding, obviously, the scope of that. So what are you hoping to achieve over the next couple of years?
That's a great question. I think it'll depend on where there might be consistent funding for it, right? Again, as you were discussing with the last commenter, the MEA rebates are looked at as a good opportunity for supporting electrification and appliance replacement, but waiting to see when those programs are available. I think what our goals are, we do want to continue the pace and expand it as we're able. I think right now what we see is really the most important part is doing it in a way that demonstrates a path towards sustainability, so that we can help do the advocacy work, so that there's consistent funding streams and programs that can deliver this work, where we're not needing to rely on the most flexible funding we have to do this almost on a case-by-case basis.
And then I guess my last question, for the 40 homes that you have electrified, are you monitoring energy usage to see how they are doing sort of pre-electrification and then post-electrification?
Yeah, so that's one of the things we're working on doing, be able to do more consistently, and the Buildings Up Prize that I referenced from the DOE has given us the support to be able to do that more precisely.
Whatever information you get from that, I'd love to see that. So that would be, so when you're ready to share that, please share that with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barbe.
So I've been debating whether or not to ask this question because it's controversial. Obviously, renters who live in buildings, apartment buildings that are master metered, they pay the EmPOWER surcharge indirectly when they pay their bills, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
How do they get a direct benefit from the program?
I think that's a great question.
Do they?
I understand. So my focus is on the single family side. So I'll check my expertise a little
Should I
bit.
just call up Ruth Ann?
I will say though, my understanding is the multifamily programs for low income also do a lot of work on the EmPOWER multifamily programs like the MIHA program does a lot of work on the front end with building owners. Correct? And again, I may be a little bit off here. So you're right. I can see that that's a challenge with.
Well, I mean, my concern is that the building owner isn't going to want to go through the hassle, expense, and time of insulating their property because they're not paying the bills. So therefore they won't. So therefore their renters are paying this fee that they're not going to get a benefit from. That's a concern for me. Maybe I should
Understand the concern.
You know what? I'll just call up Ruth Ann.
So, when it comes to low and moderate income customers who actually own their home, does it make sense to create some sort of financing system for them to deal with this upfront cost of, significant upgrades, particularly moving to heat pumps and things like that? Or is it just creating, more problems, I guess, for those customers? And if you need to sort of think about it and get back to us, just like the folks from RMI, that's fine too. But if you got some thoughts, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think there may be cases where that would be helpful. I know from the perspective of our work, we're very cautious about doing anything that would involve families that are low income taking on more debt.
Right.
One, oftentimes they already have plenty of debt or other concerns, so don't want to add to that. And two, a lot of the communities we work with, especially communities of color, have, I think for good reason, a lot of mistrust of a program that may be offering some financing or some incentives. And so a big part of our work is trying to build trust in the services we're delivering. Even when they go great, there's always, complexity to it. So starting out from being able to be confident that it's a fully funded program, all grant funding, we find is especially important in those communities, though can definitely see that there may be places where it is more appropriate to have some financing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Chris Sticks with the Sierra Club.
Oh, okay. All right. Just one more. Yeah. Two. Oh, yeah. Two more. Yeah. Two more after this.
Good morning, Chair
Well,
and
actually,
Commissioners.
one
My
second.
name is Christopher
Chris,
Sticks.
can you give us 1 second?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, just give us one. So let's take a 5-minute break just for the court reporter, and then we'll come back
Yeah.
to you. So. Thanks. right, we're going to try and get started again. So if everybody could either take their seats or move on. All right, so back on the record and go right ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Christopher Stix. It's spelled Christopher, and the last name is Stix, not like the river. I'm here representing Sierra Club Maryland chapter, which has 70,000 members and supporters. We're also a member of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, and we fully support its recommendations as already filed in this proceeding. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments on the 25-26 EmPOWER plans. EmPOWER can make a significant contribution to meeting Maryland's goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2030 and net zero by 2045, while continuing to delivering energy efficiency. With the passage of
Actually, can you pull the mic a little closer to you?
I
Yeah.
absolutely can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. We're good.
With the passage of HB 864, the utilities can now contribute to climate solutions by enabling beneficial electrification and switching from carbon-emitting fossil fuels to clean, efficient energy. And with EmPOWER and the Inflation Reduction Act incentives, as well as other incentives, the upfront cost of electrification can be affordable for many families and businesses. I want to comment on three aspects of MEEA's filings. First, the utilities filings support rapid growth in beneficial electrification and fuel switching. In the programs filed by Exelon Utilities, the cost per ton of GHG saved by electrification is much lower than the cost of GHG savings from additional energy efficiency. For example, in Delmarva's HVAC program, electrification costs $74 per life cycle ton saved versus $518 from energy efficiency, or it's 1/7 as much. The lower cost of electrification strongly supports directing the utilities to promote electrification. Second, EmPOWER should no longer provide incentives for efficient new or replacement fossil fuel equipment. Nothing in this recommendation prevents utility customers from buying fossil fuel equipment without incentives. And third, we should encourage DHCD to deliver electrification in qualifying homes as soon as possible. As a matter of environmental justice, the families DHCD serves benefit from clean, efficient heat and hot water. Thank you for listening today.
So, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Barbe?
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Ben Roush with FSI Engineering.
All right, that is Ben Roush, BenRoush, and FSI Engineers. Close. So I'm here to talk about the cost and carbon impacts of natural gas going into the future. My written testimony includes a handy-dandy graph for reference, but I'm not going to draw it out or anything. I'm going to try and do it in words. Sure. Difficult with a bunch of graphed data. So if you're looking at our statutory requirements for our electric grid, it's a 60% reduction over a 2006 baseline by 2030 and net zero carbon by 2045. So it is essentially carbon neutral by 2045. If you put an electric resistance heater, the least efficient thing you can put on the grid right now, today, in 2024, it is about carbon neutral with natural gas. Most people won't do that because it costs a fortune to run that. They're going to use heat pumps. Those are 3 times more efficient already on a carbon basis than any natural gas option. That's today. If you look out into the future, the heat pump gets to ride that curve down to zero in 2045. If you put a natural gas furnace in, or any other natural gas equipment, it slowly becomes less efficient over time. You replace it out at 20 years, it hits its efficiency again. The actual emitted CO2 over time is immense compared to any heat pump option. So I am strongly advocating that we do not incentivize any natural gas equipment, even high efficiency natural gas equipment, because it does not meet the state's intended goals of decarbonization over time. I also want to talk about cost. So we have the E3 report from the Maryland Commission on Climate Change that says that as customers remove themselves from the gas network because the price of gas will go up, or because they are electrifying, there will be fewer remaining customers on that network that must continue to support it through customer charges, and it will be a cycle that continues downward until the only people who cannot leave the system are people who cannot afford to leave the system, or people who must use gas like some heavy industrial uses. With that in mind, we need incentive money to help particularly low and moderate income, but really every homeowner and a good many businesses electrify their buildings. And yes, as you heard from the contractor who was speaking previously, it does have a cost to it. I do question the very large number, that $45,000. The only way I can get there with a homeowner is if it is an entire replacement of their electrical system, not just a new service, but acknowledge that it's there, and that Inflation Reduction Act money, you do get some money if you need to improve your electric service, but it's on the order of $10,000. So it may be inadequate if you need to redo your entire electric system. That said, if you have an electrical system from the 60s or 70s, you probably need to be redoing that anyways. There is essentially a sunk cost that you're already paying. I want to talk about heat pump technology a little bit. Heat pumps do not require dual fuel operation, particularly modern heat pumps using inverter-driven compressors. They run down to minus 15 degrees. They will start at minus 10 degrees. That is adequate for any location in Maryland, including far western Maryland. Heat pumps can run now in Maryland, and they deliver high temperature heat. We're not talking about the heat pumps of my youth, growing up in the 80s where it blew moderate temperature air and had comfort issues. We're not there anymore. So go look for that. The Department of Energy has a low temperature heat pump challenge that includes window units. So if we're looking at incentives for anything around air conditioners that would be window units, we should be requiring heat pumps. I was pleased to find that my air conditioner had heat pump for my little attic air conditioner, and it's great. It runs down at every temperature we've got in Baltimore. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Harvey.
Just a quick one. What kind of engineering services do you provide?
Yeah, so we are a mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection firm. I am myself licensed as a mechanical and fire protection engineer, and we work primarily in multifamily and commercial space. And outside of having friends ask me questions about their home heat pumps, I don't do a lot of single-family residential.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, so in the multifamily space, what is it that your company provides?
Design and commissioning, building startup.
Okay, so in terms of the incentives that are offered under the EmPOWER program, what do your customers take advantage of, and what do you take advantage of?
Yeah, so we have an incentive discussion at the start of every project with our clients, and some decide to go forward and some do not. Many of our buildings are using the custom incentive pathway, not the prescriptive, because it's more money, but it also takes more engineering time to achieve that. It's a complicated incentive structure. Includes energy modeling, metering, post-production proving of your energy savings. It's a difficult. When, I hope, our EmPOWER incentives are more lucrative for changing over for gas to electric on the prescriptive pathway, the do this equipment and you get this much money, I expect many more customers will take advantage of those. Right now, it's very small potatoes. In terms of a multifamily budget, it just doesn't move the needle on if they're going to electrify or they're going to use specifically higher equipment.
Okay, so in your experience so far, if they have to replace gas furnace, they're going to just replace it with a new gas furnace.
For the most part, yeah, and there are some technical reasons and there are some financial reasons, and those are interrelated, but yes.
Okay, and have they been able to take advantage of any of the gas incentives offered by the utilities?
Yes, there are. It's hit and miss. I'll say it that way.
Okay, which of the incentives are they able to take advantage of?
So on the gas side, there is a high efficiency boiler, right? And that's only if you've got specific equipment and could go to a high efficiency boiler. And that is, again, it's such small potatoes that a client's going to do that for financial reasons. But the
Would
incentive,
they go with the heat pump?
oh, why would you switch to it? Yeah, so if you're a gas equipment, you switch to a heat pump, as you know.
Or for gas, for the hot water piece of it?
Yeah, so hot water, heat pump, hot water heaters, it depends on the specific equipment, whether that is financially advantageous to a client. Without incentive money, there is not incentive money to switch from gas to electric, as you know.
Right, no, but we heard earlier that in terms of what is being taken advantage of, it's really only the heat pump hybrid water heaters.
Right.
And so have your customers taken advantage of those incentives?
Yes, in the small installations that you can do the heat pump water heaters that are tank style that have the incentive. In larger installations where you must do what is essentially a piece of outdoor mechanical equipment and a storage tank, those incentives often don't get us far.
Okay.
Compared to the cost of the equipment.
Okay, so I guess that's sort of, so following up on that, from your experience, what incentives are working now in terms of your customers sort of switching out to more efficient equipment, and where do you think incentives should go?
Yeah, so the incentives as they currently stand, commercial incentives, don't necessarily cover the cost delta to go to high efficiency equipment, never mind fuel switching. And we have customers who aren't going to be long-term holders of their building, or aren't paying their utility costs in like a multifamily where it's individually metered, that are not going to choose to do that additional cost, right? So there is incentives could be more lucrative even for a heat pump to heat pump comparison. In existing buildings, we're at a real impasse where we can't really switch out from gas to electric on a financial basis. Because the incentives aren't there, because we aren't really a building owner isn't financially incentivized to do so. And there are some technical reasons, we need to get more power to the building, things like that tend to make it no, we're just going to do this for one more equipment cycle and we'll worry about it in the next cycle. Of course, building energy performance standards are pushing, that's a pretty big stick to move gas out of your buildings to decarbonize. But it only impacts a small subset of buildings. We've got many smaller buildings out there that even owners who want to do the right thing need financial help. Somebody mentioned to me, and I haven't looked it up, I want to go see if this is right, that the commercial EmPOWER program, it's only 2% of funding for decarbonization, and that's woefully inadequate for what we're talking about here.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
So we actually probably don't pay that much attention to the commercial incentives just because there's such a focus on the residential class just because they're bigger but are there any federal incentives that from the recent legislation aimed at large buildings, and is there a way to sort of incorporate those things with some enhancement to EmPOWER?
Yeah, so if you're like a multifamily building owner, and you have the tax structure such that you can take advantage of it, that's a big if. There is similar incentives at the residential scale, per heat pump or per water heater changing to heat pump. At the commercial scale, it becomes somewhat more custom and a lot more vague, and most owners are going to say, well, I can't count on that coming in. I'm not going to use that in my financial projection. So the building owners we have who are pushing to electrify are primarily those larger buildings caught under building energy performance standards. And even they are taking we aren't going to do this until 2020, until we start risking fines back or alternative compliance path. They're not technically fines.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be Joelle Novi with Interfaith Power and Light.
Hello. Joelle Novi, Joelle, Novi, Novey. I'm with Interfaith Power and Light, through which congregations of all faith traditions across Maryland are coming together to take action on climate change, and specifically, more recently, to measure the harms of gas burning themselves. They are testing gas leaks with methane detectors in their neighborhoods, and they are measuring nitrogen dioxide levels in gas burning kitchens in their homes. I believe that some of those customers that were previously mentioned, who are clamoring and asking their HVAC contractors about when those MEA incentives are going to roll out, are some of those who've measured 2, 3, 4 times the EPA's outdoor limit for nitrogen dioxide in their kitchens when their gas burning stoves are on. Folks don't forget those measurements that they took in their own kitchens. I'm here primarily to just offer an exclamation point after one of the points that the 3 previous speakers have made, which is that it would be truly ridiculous to allow EmPOWER to continue incentivizing even one additional gas burning appliance. Even if the actual dollar numbers of the EmPOWER incentives that went to gas burning appliances going forward were small, every one of those dollars is pure waste and contradicts and undermines the rest of Maryland's policy. It would put the state in the position of incentivizing Marylanders to purchase appliances that are already in the process of being phased out by the governor's executive order. It would put the state in the position of incentivizing Marylanders to purchase appliances that an increasing number of Maryland jurisdictions are going to say is not possible for new construction, as is already the case in Montgomery County. It puts, of course, it would also put Maryland at odds with the direction of the vast majority of the IRA dollars, which are about incentivizing electrification and moving off of gas burning appliances. So it would be sort of a dubious distinction for EmPOWER alone to continue to push in a direction that is in contradiction to the rest of the policy efforts. And I also just want to say that I'm particularly concerned about this beyond the substance of it as a that this would do rhetorical harm, to continue to have Maryland's flagship energy efficiency program continue to imply or suggest that there is a green or sustainable way to burn fossil fuels indoors, in contradiction to, the reality and the requirements of Maryland's climate action plan. I'm a Montgomery County resident, and so I see these relentless ads by Washington Gas in my Facebook feed that encourage me to buy gas burning appliances for Earth Day, and everyone has images of happy families with young children who are, presumably not, being given more likelihood of getting asthma by the gas burning stoves they're living around, who are not, somehow somehow there's a way to continue to burn gas indoors without jeopardizing the future and the planet for those children depicted in those photos. So there's an active misinformation campaign underway about the sustainability or future for gas burning in Maryland, and it's feels very important to me that the state programs and the state agencies not give any credibility to that misinformation by continuing to incentivize any gas burning appliances in our efficiency programs. Thank you.
Okay. Questions? Commissioner Sussman? Commissioner Barbe?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let me ask one. So, given the fact that the state hasn't outlawed the use of natural gas, and we have, customers that have existing gas service,
Including me.
right. So,
Yeah.
if we adopt the posture of eliminating all incentives for natural gas appliances, going forward, are we getting a little ahead of ourselves when it comes to the fact that, again, natural gas is still considered to be a legitimate fuel source for homes and businesses? It's sort of a philosophical question to a certain degree, so.
I think we should ask what we want to see more of and what direction we need to be moving in. And I think 100% of our effort and 100% of our dollars should be looking towards the change that we need. I see the IRA as setting in motion that the rest of our lives will be about rapidly shifting our whole economy off of fossil fuel burning towards an all-electric, clean energy future. This is the work that we all, should be doing with all our might, in my view. So I think that we don't need to incentivize the status quo. We're living in it. We need to incentivize the direction we need to be moving in.
Okay, thank you. Oh, actually.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you were here yesterday. I did express concern about, our responsibility is reliability and sustainability, but then we cannot forget about affordability, and that continues to be sort of a struggle moving forward. I understand where we need to get to. But in communities of high LMI concentration, there is a lot of natural gas, and the costs of electrification are pretty steep. And so, along the path, I guess the question is, are there places where spending the money to enhance a gas generator of some kind makes sense from an affordability perspective as we sort of move in the direction of electrification. This is where we struggle. This is where I struggle. We can't have an outcome where we're 100% electrified, but we have rates that no one can afford, or lots of our community can't afford.
The communities that came to mind as you were speaking are the ones we work with through Action in Montgomery, big high rises like in White Oak, filled with many immigrant families, low and moderate income folks that we're working with. And they are extremely concerned about the health impacts of burning gas in their apartments. And they've been measuring, many of them, measuring with our nitrogen oxide detectors, and they're also finding gas leaks in their apartments, and they feel that the radiators are contributing to mold issues, which is, related, would also be addressed by heat pumps. So there is tremendous grassroots interest in addressing these problems. And you're right. And if you leave it to any one resident to solve these problems individually, that it will be unaffordable. But the building owners, and many of these communities are working directly with their building owners and calling on them to become more aware of all of the resources that are available to them. I would, somebody who's a expert on this that I could refer you to would be Delegate Laura Charkoudian, who is really committed to helping these buildings.
Right, we've spoken with her a lot.
Yeah. So help.
So actually, I'm sort of wondering. Yesterday, I raised the possibility of putting limits on the support we give for gas appliances to just the LMI community. And I wonder if there is a way that we can even further limit types of incentives, so that we're sort of moving in the direction of electrification, but then we recognize that there are places where this kind of support is critical for sort of gas replacement in a way that is sustainable for that small universe.
I mean, when I hear that proposal, it sounds to me like we're saying that there's a group of Marylanders who don't deserve to live in healthy homes, and that we're going to compromise their health, and that doesn't feel like a credible solution to me. I think if there's a affordability concern about the way this will be rolled out, we should address it in policy, and not leave anyone stuck and not leave anyone behind. And we've been advocating in the way MEA rolls out these incentives to really prioritize and center these folks in the way they, and some specific requests about how they would do that. But to me, I just can't think of a good reason to incentivize a gas burning appliance in Maryland ever again.
Just to change horses for a second.
Okay.
We were speaking earlier about with some of the contractors that sort of are going out and dealing with a customer that is struggling with gaining access to financing. And that's going to be a sort of a huge challenge, particularly as the cost of appliances sort of goes through the roof. In the work that you do, are you seeing challenges to gaining access to affordable financing? And do you think that perhaps some of the EmPOWER money can be targeted to financing for the LMI community as opposed to sort of focusing just on incentives that they may not be able to take advantage of?
It's a little bit beyond my expertise, but that sounds great. I do know that
Good to me too. I'm sorry.
in the Montgomery County Green Bank I will say, has been a game-changing factor in Montgomery County, and the availability of support and technical assistance and financing for a lot of these shifts has been amazing.
Okay,
and
so you've actually seen that in practice.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think that anything that extends some of those benefits to other Marylanders would be something we would cheer.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah.
all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So actually, let me deal with PEPCO first, because I think they had something relatively short. So.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. I just wanted to close the loop on one of the questions that was posed to us yesterday regarding our ability to provide Spanish-speaking and other foreign language opportunities. We are, especially for the behavior program, we are expecting to have that capability in 2025. We've also, in the past, provided Spanish-speaking collateral through the EmPOWER program, and we've worked with, let me see here, we've executed Spanish spots on Hispanic and Latino radio stations, and we've partnered with the Asian American Chamber of Commerce. This was in 2023 to promote PEPCO programs to Pan-Asian customers. So that's definitely something that's on our radar. So just wanted to close that loop.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so why don't we break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30, and I guess start with WGL? Yeah. Okay, thank you. set? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, back on the record for 9705. So WGL.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Spencer Nichols again on behalf of Washington Gas. That's SPENCERNICHOLS. I have just a couple additional people to introduce. First, if I could, enter the appearance of Todd Chasen from Gordon Feinblatt.
Good afternoon.
Also, Andrew Lawson, our Manager of Regulatory Affairs.
Lawson, Lawson. I gave him my card. I can spell it if you'd like me to.
We're also joined today by Michelle Musgrove, our Chief Customer Officer. And again, we have Josh McClellan, our Director of Energy Efficiency, and John Richards, our Lead Strategy Analyst. And I'll let Mr. McClellan get us started today.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Josh McClelland, Director of Energy Efficiency. That's MCCLELLAND. This presentation is intended to cover the main elements of the company's supplemental filings submitted on August 15th and August 30th in response to Commission Orders 90957 and 91252. Actually, next slide, please, which are represented in this agenda here. So these are all the topics that we want to discuss with the Commission today and inform the Commission on. Moving to the next slide. Diving into the very lively topic of continuing incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment. In Order 90957, the Commission directed the utilities to prepare their positions on this important topic as part of their August 15th filing. As such, the company offered its position and subsequent request on this matter. The current body of state climate policy and relevant Commission proceedings were thoroughly reviewed, as well as equally important topics such as affordability, consumer sentiment, and historical emission reductions and incentives attributed to high-efficiency gas appliances. I'd like to now hand the presentation back over to Mr. Nichols to begin discussing the company's findings, starting with those for state policy and Commission proceedings.
So, regarding incentives for gas appliances, I think it is important to remember the specific reasons the Commission asked Washington Gas to address this issue again. As the Commission is aware, in 2023 and before, OPC and other interveners filed essentially the same comments regarding incentives for gas appliances that you've heard so far in this proceeding today. The Commission stated it was, quote, not the appropriate time to make a modification that would be so impactful to ratepayers in the program, and the Commission gave 4 reasons why it would reevaluate incentives for gas appliances going into 2025. First, the Commission said the MDE report, which was required under the Climate Solutions Now Act, had just recently been filed. But now that everyone has had time to review it, including the legislature, the MDE plan specifically relies on the continuation of EmPOWER and did not expressly call for the removal of incentives for gas appliances under the existing power statute at the time. Second, the Commission said the report that the Building Code Administration, which was also required under the CSNA, was about to be filed. Now that it has been filed, the BCA report clearly supports the continuation of incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment, citing statements that, quote, limiting incentives funding to only electric equipment is likely to limit the carbon reduction available to Maryland. Replacing existing equipment with newer, more efficient equipment of the same fuel type is a cost-effective way to reduce emissions. And both the MDE and BCA reports clearly recognize that increased burden on the electric grid is not necessarily carbon neutral. Third, the Commission noted that it had recently docketed OPC's requested future of gas proceeding. As you may remember from the hearings in July, that proceeding did not address EmPOWER in any substantive way and did not reveal anything new beyond what has already been said by OPC and other interveners regarding EmPOWER. The final reason the Commission gave for requiring Washington Gas to make another round of filings regarding gas incentives was because the Commission said it understood that natural gas as a source was under consideration and discussion by state policymakers. Since that order, and after the MDE and BCA reports have been filed, the legislature passed House Bill 864, which became effective in July and replaced the old EmPOWER statute. Consistent with the MDE and BCA reports, the new EmPOWER statute did not exclude gas utilities from EmPOWER. It continued to specifically include them. Moreover, it did not substantially change the standards by which the Commission reviews and approves programs and services. Under the new statute, gas companies are still specifically required to develop and implement cost-effective programs and services to encourage and promote the efficient use and conservation of energy by consumers. The new EmPOWER statute also specifically required the Commission, as the Commission is aware, to establish emissions reductions targets that are equal to the gas savings achieved during the 2021-2023 program cycle. For 2025 to 2026, the Commission set a minimum goal for Washington Gas of 315,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. As detailed in our comments and subsequent slide, Washington Gas cannot meet this goal, which again was set by the legislature and the Commission, without continuing to offer incentives for efficient gas equipment.
In addition to the findings related to state policy and commission proceedings, Washington Gas reviewed other factors that are relevant to the continuation of incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment. Excuse me. For cost effectiveness, the programs offering incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment yield some of the highest net benefits relative to their operational costs within the entire EmPOWER program. For example, the residential prescriptive program results in $2.89 of benefits for every dollar invested. For affordability, high-efficiency gas appliances carry lesser upfront costs for customers when compared to their electric counterparts. The National Association of Home Builders found that electrifying a home can cost over $25,000, more than double the $10,000 needed to make comparable upgrades with high-efficiency gas equipment. The same report and its findings were cited in the Maryland Building Code Administration's report to the Commission and the General Assembly submitted in February of this year. As a fuel source, natural gas remains an affordable energy option for Maryland residents and businesses. In certain scenarios, a Maryland home heated by electricity can expect to pay 42% more on their energy bills per year when compared to heating with gas. The U.S. Department of Energy shows similar findings in their latest notice on the Federal Register, stating that electricity is 3.5 times more expensive than natural gas on a per unit of energy basis. These increases are being seen right in our own backyard, with Maryland ratepayers expecting a double-digit increase in electricity rates based on the PJM's latest capacity auction. Moving on to the topic of consumer sentiment, high-efficiency gas equipment is growing in demand, with many people choosing to stay with natural gas even when substantial fuel switching incentives are available. Affordability and customer preference are the driving factors in energy choices being made. As long as that remains the case, it is incumbent upon EmPOWER to meet ratepayers where they are and drive emission reductions through whatever energy profile they decide upon. Lastly, and most importantly, incentivizing high-efficiency gas equipment produces sizable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. As shown here on the right, high-efficiency gas equipment produced over 230,000 metric tons in emission reductions during the last program cycle. This fact alone should warrant their continuation through EmPOWER, as they clearly serve as a solution within a broad array of options that support the state in achieving its climate goals. Additionally, these emission reductions are being achieved within a fraction of the overall EmPOWER incentive budget. For more details on this topic, I'll hand the presentation over to Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is John Richards, and I oversee strategy and planning for the company's energy efficiency programs. In the next two slides, we will show you two views of the EmPOWER incentive budgets. The first is the company's gas equipment incentive budget relative to the overall EmPOWER incentive budget. The second compares incentives for gas equipment to similar electrification measures. Think of these as the macro and micro perspectives of the EmPOWER programs. The table on the left in this slide shows that the EmPOWER budget just for customer incentives is about $1.7 billion for the current cycle. Washington Gas's total incentive budget is approximately $27 million, or about 1.6% of the overall EmPOWER incentive budget. Within the company's incentive budget, the portion allocated just to high-efficiency gas equipment is approximately $12 million, accounting for about 0.7% of the entire state's EmPOWER incentive budget. Although very modest compared to the statewide $1.7 billion budget, these incentives play a vital role for those customers who choose to continue to use gas in order to move them from lower to higher efficiency gas equipment. Next, I want to move to the EmPOWER customer level. As you see here, there's a stark difference between the incentives proposed by Washington Gas and those proposed by the electric utilities. The two tables shown here represent the rebate options available to a gas customer looking to either upgrade their existing heating equipment or electrify. The furnace incentive is up to $500, while the heat pump incentive is up to $8,500. Similarly, a gas water heater incentive is up to $450, whereas the incentive proposed for a heat pump water heater is up to $3,500. When considering the magnitude of available incentives between each fuel type, both in terms of the overall EmPOWER budget and the incentives available to a customer, incentives for high equipment gas efficiency are not on equal footing with electric equipment and thus do not impede electrification efforts. Turning to the commercial sector, the pie chart on the right shows that the company's C&I programs have a strong pipeline representing a wide variety of customer segments, with many pre-approved commercial projects estimated to close after 2024. However, should incentives for high-efficiency equipment discontinue after this year, Washington Gas could not honor these pre-approved projects, resulting in negative impacts to the program and its customers. This includes 30 commercial customers who would be denied an estimated $343,000 in rebates and $134,000 in estimated annual bill savings. This also includes 12 service providers supporting these projects who would be at risk of not being able to complete these projects, impacting their bottom lines. And finally, the 14,000 metric tons in emission reductions stemming from these projects would not be realized. Assuming that the EmPOWER utility plan, the electric EmPOWER utility plans are approved, incentives for electrification will be made available starting in 2025, and customers will have the option to choose between electrification incentives or high-efficiency gas equipment incentives. The company believes that continuing to provide customers with this choice is critical. Approving high-efficiency gas equipment incentives through the end of the current cycle will allow these projects to move forward and prevent a similar situation a year from now. And with that, I'll pass it back over to Mr. McClellan.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to some of the other topics that were covered in 90957, specifically demand response. The three items shown here represent the body of information that the Commission directed the utilities to either expand upon or inform their revised plans for the remainder of the program cycle. Washington Gas is ahead of the curve in terms of answering the Commission's call to see more innovation in the demand response space. The company's approved demand response program represents the first and only winter peaking demand response program currently offered through EmPOWER, which remains a component of Washington Gas's revised 25 and 26 plan. Regarding flexible load management and peak demand interval data, these capabilities require the deployment of advanced meter infrastructure, or quote-unquote smart meters, which are not part of the company's Maryland meter infrastructure, nor generally utilized by gas utilities. These capabilities are better suited for the utilities that deploy AMI meters, such as the EmPOWER electric utilities. Lastly, Washington Gas determined that it is capable of performing locational demand response events through an existing program platform. However, the voluntary customer-driven nature of demand response programs limits the scale of performance at a level that would influence a utility's decision to invest capital in its Maryland infrastructure. Slide, please. Moving on to new construction, these three items represent the body of information that the Commission directed the utilities to expand or include in their revised plans. Regarding the long-standing range of 35 to 45% that was mentioned by the Commission, there is not an adequate amount of information that would allow the company to adjust its planning activities and goal setting to align with this broader market penetration benchmark. For incentives and targets for all electric homes, the company understands that this specific directive was intended for the EmPOWER electric utilities. However, Washington Gas will continue to incentivize homes constructed above code that produce emission reductions achieved through gas energy efficiency. Next slide, please. A few more remaining items that were included in the order. Washington Gas proposed a hybrid heat pump pilot as part of its original 24 through 26 program plan, which was denied on the grounds that hybrid heat pumps are the same technology as gas heat pumps. However, hybrid systems consist of an electric air source heat pump and an auxiliary or backup gas furnace, placing them in their own unique category apart from gas heat pumps. I bring this topic to your attention today because there is an opportunity to deploy these hybrid systems through EmPOWER in a manner that we think could cost-effectively reduce emissions from both gas and electricity, which we'll elaborate further upon later in this presentation. Regarding green and white roofs as potential new measures, the modest energy saving benefits that we found would not outweigh the cost to implement these measures, thus creating cost-effectiveness challenges. As such, Washington Gas did not include these measures within their revised plans. Lastly, Washington Gas has a robust and comprehensive marketing capability, which is already being leveraged to promote tax credits alongside EmPOWER incentives. Washington Gas will continue to leverage best practices and promote all local, state, and federal benefits that are applicable to gas customers. And now to cover our revised plans for 2025 and 26, I'll hand things back over to John Richards.
Thank you, Josh. Regarding the company's revised 25 to 26 plan, the changes made are modest, with small increases to the budget and greenhouse gas targets as a result of the proposed addition of hybrid heating systems. Hybrid heating systems include an electric air source heat pump with a separate auxiliary gas furnace. The electric heat pump meets a significant amount of the heating and cooling needs of a home throughout the year, with a gas furnace activated during colder temperatures. During planning, the company approached the electric and power utilities to explore offering a hybrid heat pump measure through the existing coordinated program. This approach would allow the utilities to offer the measure through a single program channel, thereby reducing customer confusion and potential overlap between gas and electric utility offerings. However, the EmPOWER utilities were unable to reach a consensus on this subject. Because of this, the company has proposed to add a hybrid heating system measure to its existing residential prescriptive program. Next, as shown in the bar graph to the right, the company's revised plan exceeds its legislative greenhouse gas target by 9% when including high-efficiency gas equipment. In contrast, if gas equipment measures are removed, this results in the company achieving only 62% of its legislative target. As outlined in the company's August 30th filing, Washington Gas does not see a viable pathway to achieving its statutory targets without the inclusion of gas equipment incentives for 4 key reasons. First, there are a limited number of energy efficiency measures at natural gas utilities' disposal to implement programs. While electric and power utilities typically have around 300 to 400 measures at their disposal, natural gas utilities usually have around 100. If the high-efficiency gas equipment measures were to be denied, the number of energy efficiency measures remaining would be less than 30, severely limiting the company's ability to meet targets. Second, many non-gas equipment measures have shorter measure lives. Under the previous EmPOWER goal structure, these measures meaningfully contribute to annual targets. However, under the new lifetime emissions targets, their contribution diminishes significantly. For example, the company's behavior program is projected to account for 33% of the portfolio's annual greenhouse target this cycle. However, due to the program's 1-year measure life, it is projected to produce only 3% of our portfolio's lifetime greenhouse gas target. Third, the only non-gas equipment energy efficiency measures that produce significant long-term emission reductions are shell measures, such as weatherization and insulation. These measures are only offered through programs that fall under the Utility Coordinated Program Framework. These programs are owned and operated by the electric utilities, leaving Washington Gas with limited influence to adjust the structure and offerings of a program to meet targets. Ordering Washington Gas to ramp up the deployment of shell measures to offset program losses from discontinuing gas equipment incentives would effectively require the electric utilities to significantly increase participation, targets, and budgets. These additional modifications may impact the electric utilities' ability to maintain program cost effectiveness and meet their own targets. Even if such an order was issued before the end of 2024, it will likely take the remainder of the current program cycle to carry out the complex planning, coordination, and administrative activities to implement the necessary modifications. Finally, there is potential with hybrid heating systems to produce meaningful emission reductions. However, these measures are still nascent within the EmPOWER programs and require additional measure development and market adoption. While deployment of hybrid heating systems may grow in time, it simply cannot contribute meaningfully this cycle. Taken together, there is no feasible near-term path for the company to replace high-efficiency gas equipment measures with non-gas equipment measures in its EmPOWER programs while still achieving the company's legislated greenhouse gas targets. With that, I'll pass it back over to Mr. McClellan to wrap up.
Thank you. I'd like to conclude this presentation by first stating some of the company's requests to the Commission and concluding with a final thought. As shown here, the company respectfully requests the following. 1, that the Commission approve the continuation of incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment for the remainder of the 24 through 26 EmPOWER program cycle. 2, that the Commission approve the company's revised 25 and 26 plan in its entirety. And 3, that the Commission direct the utilities to develop new shared gas and electric measures such as Energy Star Next Gen or hybrid heat pumps for the 27 through 29 program cycle, should the Commission find merit in deploying them through the Utility Coordinated Program structure. Finally, I'd like to share an observation from yesterday's presentations. Commissioner Suchman, you made some very valid points about central air conditioners. You expressed concern that discontinuing these incentives and leaving only those for more expensive heat pumps is pursuing the perfect over the good, and that doing so would leave people behind. In that regard, central air conditioners and high-efficiency gas equipment are two sides of the same coin. Discontinuing incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment will certainly bring your concerns to realization, leaving many people behind, as well as the valuable energy savings and emission reductions that those equipment incentives bring. To put plainly, incentives for both high-efficiency gas equipment and beneficial electrification have a place in EmPOWER Maryland. They do not impede upon one another or contradict one another. They do not confuse people or send the wrong message. Rather, having both offerings sends a clear and valuable message, which is whether you choose to stay with electric, stay with gas, or switch between the two, you are part of the climate solution, and EmPOWER has the resources to help you make sound energy investments. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time, and we are available for any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So first, I'd like to turn to your semi-annual EmPOWER Maryland report for the period January 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2024. So do you have that?
Do you want us to pull up the slide deck?
Well, I'm gonna be asking you questions on this report. So do you have the report?
On the report itself, no, but we will do our best to answer your questions, and we do have
Yeah,
more
I'd like you to have a copy of the report because I'm gonna.
Commissioner Sussman, I have it on my laptop here. What
Perfect.
page?
Okay, so can you go to page 10? See, I'm old school, so I got the paper. I'm sure someone's going to complain about the trees that I'm killing, but trying to deal with one problem at a time. Okay, so you have page 10? Okay, so this is your progress to goal. Do you have that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. If you could give me just one moment.
That's
I thought
fine.
I had it, but I don't.
Just let us know when you're there.
See, this is the problem with the computer. I can just literally pick up my pen. Yeah.
I think we're there.
Okay.
Okay. So, so this is a list of the residential prescriptive programs, correct? And it's all on page 10, so I don't see anything sort of continuing on to page 11.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's the overview of the residential.
Right. So these are all the programs that you are providing incentives for, some kind of rebate.
That's correct.
Okay. And you'd mentioned before that you had, sort of limited in scope in terms of the kinds of programs that you can give incentives for. So I'm sort of looking at this. So there's clothes dryer, natural gas boiler. So the boiler is for.
It's a residential boiler. It's basically a furnace equivalent. There are some building stock in the Maryland area that still have them installed
So
for
this is
heating
an
needs.
old technology.
Correct.
Okay, so when you're replacing old technology are you replacing it with new more efficient technology, or is this kind of a Band-Aid that where at some point they're going to ultimately replace the whole system?
Well, I believe I misspoke. I wouldn't categorize residential boilers as old equipment. It is definitely not as prevalent as furnaces. So if the customer has a boiler in their home and they want to stick with a boiler, we have incentives to install a new boiler.
Okay, so this is the boiler. Well, there are, but these are older technologies, correct?
I mean, boiler technologies themselves, yes, are predate, more efficient modern furnaces.
Okay,
Yes.
so no ductwork involved. In other words, these are sort of the.
No, going from an older boiler system to a new one would not typically require ductwork.
Okay. So the storage water heater, what is that?
So that's your more conventional water heater. So there's two types of categories. It's your storage and your tankless or instantaneous water
Okay. So that big thing that sits in the basement
That's right.
of my
Yeah.
house.
The
That's
big,
a
the big
storage.
tank of water that stays hot for you.
Okay, and so you're replacing an existing storage water heater with a more efficient storage water heater. Is that where we want to go? I mean, I thought we wanted to go to tankless.
I think the way that we have our measure layout is we want to try to get as many efficiency gains from the broad array of equipment and technology that it's out there in the market. And so if a customer wishes to choose to stick with a storage water heater, they can.
Well, they can always do that. The question is, should EmPOWER pay for that?
I think just personally, I would say yes, because if EmPOWER can provide incentives for those, and those measures are cost effective, and there are energy savings and emission reductions to be had, then yeah, I think it should be a part of the suite of measures that are available through EmPOWER.
There are only 4. So,
Sorry.
hello.
Hello, thank you for letting me join the table.
Oh.
Erica Moore, Moore. In terms of the storage versus tankless question, in some cases, venting requirements for tankless water heaters prevent the installation of that technology. So we allow for storage water heaters to stay, and those are still Energy Star certified. So yes, it's maybe not the most efficient possible technology, but not every installation configuration allows for that.
Okay. It seems like the most uptick in terms of tapping into the incentives was for the tankless water heater. So that went from 4 to 241. So are those are the kinds of numbers that you're expecting to see? 241. Are you expecting to see more than that?
I think we're still expecting for that to continue to ramp up.
Okay. And do you have incentives for heat pump hybrid water heaters?
My understanding is that heat pump water heaters are fully electric, so we don't offer incentives for them because there's no gas connection.
Okay. Furnace. So you had the gas boiler for that small universe of customers that still have gas boilers. So this is the 420 customers are those who are installing more efficient furnaces?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And 420, is that also explain to me whether that is a number, is that a small number, or are you expecting significantly more? I mean, I guess, do you have a way of comparing yourself to the electric utilities in terms of incentives for furnace replacement? I mean, is this a low number? Is this a high number?
I don't think I have a good sense of the relative volume of space heating equipment that goes through our programs versus the electric utilities programs, but it's something that we can look into and report back to you on.
So one of your slides showed $800 for a furnace. Is that, do you have, yes, thank you. So is that a set amount, or do you offer incentives based on efficiency levels?
I believe for furnaces, we currently offer 2 tiers of incentives, so the higher efficiency option is a higher
And that would be higher than 800?
I think it's up to $700.
To be clear on the slide, Senator Sussman, the $500 is for the 95% Energy Star furnace, and we offer $700 for a 97% Energy Star furnace.
Okay, and do you have a sense of how much the furnaces cost to replace?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay. Okay, so looking at these numbers, and then we have the energy conservation kit, 2711. That's a lot of participation there. What are we talking about in terms of incentive levels for that participation level?
You're talking about the kits?
The kits, 2711.
Yeah, so the kits are offered at no cost to customers. So
Mhm.
the incentive covers the full cost of the kit. They request it as long as they're eligible. They receive it.
And then what is in the kit?
The kit has self-installed measures such as shower heads, faucet aerators. I think there's some spray foam, weather stripping, door sweep, some outlet gaskets.
Okay.
So pretty relatively small, simple measures.
Right. Do you have a sense of how much each of those kits cost the company?
I think it's under $50.
Okay. Okay. So the largest incentive within this program are the energy conservation kits for about $50 a person. Is that
the largest quantity of measures is the kits, but the largest dollar amount per unit is the equipment.
Okay. So in terms of the rest of the cycle, where do you expect to see increases in incentive requests? Are you expecting it in the tankless water heater area and the furnace area?
If I had to guess, I think we're moving towards a higher volume of tankless water heaters. We also have been ramping up our energy conservation kit delivery as well. And one of the things we've been focusing on in the first half of the year is getting more contractors to sign up for our furnace and boiler tune-up offering,
Okay.
which is basically a maintenance service to provide basic safety and general functional services to make sure that they're operating efficiently.
Do you send somebody out there to do that with the contractor, or the contractor does it?
The contractor does it, yes.
Okay, and then do you pay the contractor to do it, or you provide an incentive?
It's an incentive.
Okay, and do you remember how much that is?
I don't remember.
Okay. So let's turn to C&I. So that's page 25. Okay, and that goes to 26. And so this is a substantially higher number of program incentives that are offered to C&I customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like it's about double. But then in looking at it, many of the programs are not taken advantage of, and I'm assuming that's sort of based. We heard this morning from the contractors that they're having a lot of trouble sort of encouraging their customers to participate in this because the incentive is too low. Are you finding the same thing, or do you have a sense of why you're not getting participation in these programs?
So I will say for our C&I portfolio overall, it really lagged in previous cycles in terms of savings performance. But in the last cycle and into this cycle, we've significantly ramped up our pipeline of projects coming through the program. So although we don't necessarily have great representation across all measures, we have seen pretty significant growth in savings overall. So I think that's something we continue to build upon to try to get more projects with more of a diversity of the measure offerings that we
Okay, so where would you see the growth in these? I mean, we heard about the fryer this morning, and there are 12 installed.
Yes, I think that in the food service category overall is where we would hope to see some growth. We have seen a big uptick with fryers in general, but we do, if you look through, you can see there's griddles, steam cookers, rack ovens, for example. I think that's an opportunity for increased participation.
Okay.
But overall, we try to maximize the number of measures that have the best savings. So we've seen a lot of steam traps come through the program, which is not gas equipment. But it really just depends on the customer needs. So we work pretty closely with a lot of local governments, with the school systems, and generally they're looking for boiler, furnace type upgrades. And that's a lot of what we see through the program. And given that the projects generally take a long time to come to fruition, one particular semi-annual period is not necessarily representative of the diversity of measures that come through the program.
Okay, so let's take boiler. So there's 14 there. Do you have a sense of how many are in the pipeline right now?
I don't have that number in front of me. Sorry.
Okay, but maybe you can get that to us to just kind of and then in terms of some of the others. If you're seeing a big ramp up, that would actually be information that would be useful to us.
Okay, we can plan to report that in our next semi-annual hearing as well.
Okay, that's great. Or maybe if you have that information
Yes,
available.
we can follow up before then.
That would be good. So let's talk about the hybrid. So what you're looking to is most of the savings would be on the electricity side.
No.
Well, actually, it would be right. It would be all the savings on the gas side because most of the use would be on the electricity side. Okay.
It's essentially partial electrification.
Right. Do you have a sense of so when we're looking at air source heat pumps that are just air source heat pumps with no gas backup, that's a single unit. You would be putting 2 units in. Do you have the sense of the difference in cost between an air source heat pump and then your hybrid? I mean, I know how much it cost me, but and and I didn't get any.
Well, first, to be clear, what we're proposing is two different scenarios. First, if there's a customer that essentially they have a central air conditioner and then a separate furnace, if the furnace is at a high enough efficiency level, only the central air conditioner would be replaced, so long as the furnace is at a high enough efficiency level that it could function effectively as a backup to the air source heat pump. If the furnace isn't, and then in those cases we would, replace it with a newer furnace. Now, to your second question, in terms of
Okay, so
Yeah.
so in that scenario, the you would be converting the air conditioning from gas to electric.
no, the air conditioner, it runs on electric essentially. So we would be
Oh, right.
moving the air conditioner from a less efficient central air conditioner to
To
a higher efficiency
heat
pump, which can deliver both cooling in the summertime and heating in the wintertime. And then we would just essentially be turning on the furnace as backup, when it goes below 40 degrees.
Okay, and okay, in that scenario, you would have both gas and electric benefits.
Yes.
So who would be claiming the electric reduction benefits? Would you be claiming that as well?
So in this scenario, so this is kind of gets back to the issue of the coordinated programs we brought up earlier. But in this case, we, Washington Gas, would be claiming the full benefit for this within our, we'd be claiming all the lifetime savings because we would be footing the entire bill, essentially. So we would be paying for the full installation of the air source heat pump and potentially a replacement furnace if need be, and we'd be claiming all the savings. In contrast, the electric utilities, their programs, they pay for everything for what they're offering, and they claim all the savings.
Okay.
Does that?
Okay, so then if we go to a hybrid, so the customer would be replacing an aging gas furnace with a heat pump and gas backup.
So essentially, it depends on what kind of a system they have. To be clear, the heat pump is really replacing the air source, the air conditioning unit, and then that heat pump both provides cooling in the summer and then some heating in the winter, and the furnace stays in place to provide backup heating. If the furnace is at an efficiency level where it cannot operate with the air source heat pump, then it is replaced with a higher efficiency furnace. But if it can operate and provide that backup heating, it is then left in place.
Okay, but you're only proposing to replace an aging air conditioning system?
With an air source heat pump, yes. And then, if the furnace is too old, aging, we would replace that with a newer furnace.
Yeah, that sounds. I'm not really understanding why. I mean, there are lots of different scenarios where you would want to bring in a hybrid system, and that certainly is one. But if a customer has an aging gas system, and wants to replace that with an air source heat pump with a gas backup, why wouldn't that work under your scenario?
That essentially is what it is. It's an air
Right,
source.
but I had the sense that you were suggesting that the purpose of that is to replace an aging air conditioning system. It's to replace an aging gas system.
I'll just to add to, I'm not sure if this is answering your question, but the benefits and the savings that we're trying to create here are from reducing emissions from space heating. So yes, for an air source heat pump to be installed, it does inherently have to replace the existing air conditioning system, which most likely will be a central air conditioner. But we're not necessarily pursuing this solution for the sole purpose of replacing air conditioners with heat pumps. It's to generate the greenhouse gas emission savings from reduced space
Right,
heating.
but in that scenario where you have an existing inefficient gas system and an inefficient central air conditioning system, and you replace it with a hybrid system, you will then be claiming both the benefits from the replacement of the gas system and the replacement of the air conditioning system.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. I spoke earlier about the financing challenges that customers have with some of the contractors. I actually thought that was incredibly helpful. Sometimes it's just really helpful to talk to the people who actually are doing the work, as opposed to, well, there's lawyers and then there's everybody else. And I was really intrigued by the idea of focusing on creating opportunities for financing and buying down the rate and having that be the focus of the incentive rather than continuing to throw money at it. Have you given some thoughts? I know that you participate with the Clean Energy Center. I believe PE has a proposal in place that focuses on creating financial opportunities for customers. Certainly, if you're interested in doing the hybrid system, that's a pretty pricey operation. So, have you given some thoughts to ways to incentivize customers by creating financial incentives that are not just rebates, but actually financing?
Right. So first of all, we do agree with you, Commissioner, that financing is an element of EmPOWER that needs to be expanded, and we see a lot of promise in the Clean Energy Advantage pilot that is being conducted right now through EmPOWER with the Maryland Clean Energy Center and the Montgomery County Green Bank, and all the utilities are essentially funding that financing mechanism to support EmPOWER projects going all the way to completion. So that covers a wide array of different projects, mainly with home performance and weatherization and insulation. But there are projects where it's just purely equipment installation, either for electric and gas, that are moving through that financing mechanism. And so to kind of go on your point about hybrid heating systems and their costs, yeah, I think if the Commission thinks that having hybrid heating systems through EmPOWER is prudent and has merit, then it would make sense that there would be some financing.
Well, I use that as an example. It's not to say we're going to go in that direction,
Sure.
but when you're dealing with large system costs, and customers don't have the ability to just pull money out of the bank, and we're looking at pretty steep interest rates at this point. Hopefully they're going to come down, but creating any opportunity for them to be able to finance something in a way that allows them to get the benefit of the installation and not be sort of bankrupt with very high monthly bills. And so it could be the hybrid, but it could really be anything that is sort of a large chunk of change.
Right. No, it's a very valid concern. And I think it's something that EmPOWER needs to address better as it evolves. Again, I think the best bet that we have right now is the Clean Energy Advantage pilot offered by the Maryland Clean Energy Center. And that basically addresses your concern, Commissioner, about providing financing specifically for these energy efficiency projects that have a pretty hefty price tag with them.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you. I have two questions. First, just to clarify, in your analysis of energy and carbon reduction savings, do you include the traditionally expected 1% methane leakage rate in distribution?
I do not have the answer for that right now. I know as part of the emission intensity calculations that convert energy savings over to greenhouse gas emission reductions, methane is a factor in that emission intensity calculation, but I do not have a solid understanding if that is attributed to distribution or combustion on site.
Okay. And I presume that your presentation here, it is meant to cover both the retrofitting of existing buildings and the construction of new buildings, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we have program offerings for new construction and existing buildings.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So in your discussion with Commissioner Suchman, and you were talking about when you're replacing the central air, and at one point you said if the furnace is, I guess, of a certain age, you replace that. Is that solely based on the time factor, or is there some other analysis that goes into the furnace?
My understanding, I'd have to check back at my notes, but the furnace needs to be of a certain capacity, a certain level, in order to function effectively with the air source heat pump. So it's not just age related, although that's probably a good correlating factor, but it's not the only factor.
Okay. And when the representative from the Contractors Association was here earlier, he was talking about people buying some products on Amazon and sort of doing it themselves, or getting their neighbor to do it. I take it, given the complexity of your systems, that's not as prevalent in your industry?
That's correct. We were going to bring this up if it was asked. I think we believe that Mr. Maloney's assessment of the state of permitting and safe and legal installation of electric and gas equipment wasn't entirely accurate. But what I can tell you, just from Washington Gas's perspective, is it was not entirely accurate. Yes, we believe that all the EmPOWER programs have some protocols in place to make sure that all the equipment is safely installed by whatever the respective code is. And that definitely applies with Washington Gas, especially with gas equipment. There's a heightened level of safety that needs to be considered. So there's definitely a lot of permitting and going through the county and permitting process to make sure that it happens.
Okay. And then on the, so the very first person that came up here during the public comment period was this person that seemed to focus on restaurants, and I know that's been, anecdotally a kind of bone of contention about replacement of cooking equipment between gas and electricity. But does the company have, for the commercial operations, so not only just the restaurants, but earlier you had mentioned some of these projects you got in the pipeline with more institutions. I mean, do you proactively go out to school systems and other major gas using entities and talk to them about making changes going forward, or do you rely on people like him to do it as part of his business, or is it a combination of both?
I think it's a combination of both. So in all of our prescriptive programs, both CNI and residential, we have a contractor and service provider network. So those contractors have to show their licensing, that they're, valid people to be installing this equipment. And so many of the projects that we see come through our commercial programs come through the service provider network that has already registered with our program. But in some case, we do have direct relationships with large users where we make sure that they are aware of the programs that we have available to them, and that they take advantage when possible, when planning for upgrades to their buildings or new construction.
Well, I guess in drawing analogies to the old days when we were just doing energy efficiency projects, it struck me that particularly dealing with large corporations and large government institutions, that it was a fairly long process to kind of get to the end, because while the operational people may think that it's a great idea, when it gets to the people that have the money, that's a whole different conversation, and so it took kind of a concerted effort just to do energy efficiency upgrades, which at least you can make the argument that you'll lose less, you'll use less, so you'll save money. I take it, that's a probably more complicated conversation when it comes to changing out the equipment itself and making these kind of significant changes, because you're talking about more money and more impacts on the operation. So is there a more intense effort to try to get these institutions to focus on this and consider it?
Yes, I would say many of the projects require many conversations with a variety of stakeholders, even within the same company or school system or government institution, because like you said, there's the people on the ground who are actually the operations folks, then there's the people who have to finance it. In many cases, projects come through that aren't going to be finished for 2 years or so, because they have to make sure they understand the need, they understand what the costs are going to be, and then they can put it in their budget for the following year. So it does oftentimes take many conversations, many budgeting exercises. We have a pre-approval process for our commercial programs, so they have some confidence that they're going to receive the rebates that they're eligible for, and we have the understanding of what's coming down the pipeline, so we can ensure we have budget available.
And is there any issues regarding this discussion again from the contractor person who was talking about the problem of, the delay in between the time the thing happens and the money shows up? I mean, are there issues related to that when it comes to the commercial projects, or?
So I think that conversation was in the context of midstream program offerings, and we don't have any midstream program offerings as Washington Gas. All of our rebates, both C&I and residential, are downstream. So effectively, as soon as the project's done, the contractor submits documentation to show that it's been completed, and then we issue incentives. So that extended delay that they were discussing due to the money going through the distributor and then the contractor doesn't necessarily apply for our programs.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I have one little note I wanted to kind of just shore up regarding some of the comments made by Mr. Melanie earlier this afternoon. I believe he was asked about sort of the prevalence of gas equipment incentives and whether or not he himself is personally seeing any of those move through his projects or whatnot. I do want to make note that Mr. Melanie's company and the territory that he typically operates in is the Baltimore area, which is not in Washington Gas territory.
Sure.
So he does not have a lot of bearing on the incentives that are available for gas customers and does not have a lot of exposure to his customer projects and seeing the prevalence of gas equipment that moves through his typical kind of operations.
Yeah, the concern I have, though, is in going through your list of incentives and interest in those incentives, there are a lot of zeros.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was much more interested in asking him that question, in sort of understanding how effective the incentives are.
Right.
And to have programs with zeros suggests that those programs are not working. And it may be that you have to shrink the number of programs available because there's just not interest, or you're going to have to do something. Maybe you have to increase the incentive, or it needs to be more targeted, because I'm looking at a whole bunch of programs here with a whole bunch of zeros.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in that sense, what he's saying he may operate in a different region, but some of what he's saying, I think you need to listen to. I think that at least from the contractor's perspective, there's not enough there for them.
If I may, the zeros that you're referring to, I think those are measures within programs. So the overall program is the full table, and there's individual measures within that program that haven't seen any uptake. But we still do manage the program overall in terms of the savings and budget. But I do agree that there's improvements that we can make in terms of making sure that contractors are signed up and eligible to provide those rebates, and that we're getting feedback from them in terms of whether they're adequate to move the needle for customers.
Okay, so tell me what reported measure quantity installed means.
So a program is made of multiple measures. So the table that the tables that you were looking at, each row is an individual measure. And so the quantity of measures installed is how many of those measures we've rebated in the semi-annual period. So an example would be, like, there's probably a row for furnaces. So there's furnace measures. The reported quantity installed is how many furnaces we've rebated in the semi-annual period.
But if it's zero, then the answer is zero.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're going to turn to Montgomery County and the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. So. Either one of you have a slide thing, or okay? So I guess no, it's fine. So I guess with that, we'll start with Montgomery County. So.
All
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Garrett Fitzgerald, Garrett Fitzgerald. I'm here today representing Montgomery County, where I serve as a section chief for climate programs and state policy. I'm joined today by my colleague Jeremy Good, our residential energy performance manager. I'm going to spell your name.
Sure, that's Jeremygood.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the the plans filed by the utilities for the final 2 years of this EmPOWER cycle. We're quite pleased to see the electrification incentives included here in EmPOWER. We think the way the utilities have structured the electrification incentives is quite reasonable for this kind of mid-cycle change, especially regarding higher incentives for higher tiers of efficiency equipment, in the event of fuel switching, et cetera. BG&E reported yesterday that fuel switching electrification is projected to be quite cost effective, and actually even more so than some of the traditional energy efficiency measures that we've been investing in. In light of all of the things that no longer count so easily under EmPOWER, we think that's very exciting to hear that there's a new thing we're adding that is in fact pretty cost effective. And you know, we look at the projected spend from the utilities on electrification as just a starting point. We think that this will need to grow substantially over time. We hope there will be flexibility within the programs that the utilities are offering to shift more spend to electrification, assuming that we see higher degree of demand, which we certainly would expect in Montgomery County. We think we need to really aim to learn as much as we can during these next 18 months. We're dipping our toe in the water with electrification and EmPOWER. It's important that we make enough progress that we can really learn something about what it takes to move electrification forward so that we can scale this up when we get to the next program cycle. And we'll be learning in Montgomery County right alongside the utilities, and we already are, as we are currently offering limited financial incentives and support through our own Montgomery County Electrify MC pilot program. This is a program designed to help residents transition from fossil fuels to efficient electric equipment in their homes. We offer technical support through a help desk, home performance with Energy Star audits. The program offers recommendations on electrification options and financial incentives when you complete electrification projects through the program's contracted delivery partner. We're learning a lot already. I think we've done on the order of 50 projects so far. We're learning a lot about the challenges that customers face when they're interested in electrification. We're learning about the kinds of incentives it takes to motivate customer choices. And these are all learnings that we will, of course, be eagerly feeding to the utilities, as their programs will far eclipse the scale of what we're able to do with this little pilot program, which we are funding out of the county budget. But we thought it was very important to get started, so we have gotten started on that. My colleague Jeremy here manages that program. Be happy to answer any questions that you all have about it. We do offer a few suggestions in our comments for the EmPOWER programs for the remaining 2 years. First, we think it's time to end ratepayer incentives for gas equipment. It's time to do it. Gas equipment remains an option on the market, but we shouldn't be paying customers with ratepayer funds to install gas equipment. We see this through the magnificent Climate Solutions Now Act, the Maryland's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan, even Governor Moore's executive order issued earlier in 2024 on climate. Over and over again, the state is making it very clear that the only way we get to the climate goals, the only way we can see, is by transitioning the vast majority of Maryland's building stock off of gas, and that it's time to get started doing that. Maryland's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan actually calls for the vast majority of the building stock being off of gas by 2045. Gas equipment purchases that we make now should be expected to last about 20 years. So we are right now at the transition point where it could be viewed, any money we spend encouraging folks to install gas equipment is at odds with achieving the state's climate goals. That's not a place we want to be. High efficiency, we talked a little bit just with the previous panel about high efficiency equipment. High efficiency gas equipment clearly offers greenhouse gas benefits relative to baseline gas equipment, right? But it also, even though we get that benefit, it also locks in gas use, and quite a lot of gas use. We don't think that we need to assume that gas customers will all stay gas customers. And when you look at the state plans, it's clear they can't. We're going to need to help these customers transition en masse over the next 20 years. We should be doing that every time there's an equipment replacement opportunity. Among the utilities providing service in Montgomery County, this change would of course impact WGL substantially, not so much the others. We encourage the Commission to direct WGL and the other utilities to the extent that collaboration, sounds like, I take WGL at their word, collaboration will be key here if we do want to see a revised plan for achieving the legislatively mandated greenhouse gas reduction goals from WGL. We're going to need to see collaboration and see more creative thinking about what kinds of things could be included in that plan. We think that there are opportunities. So we strongly agree with WGL that WGL's customers who have been paying the surcharge should have the opportunity to benefit from the surcharge investments that they have made. So the surcharge money that's been collected from those customers should not be spent in other geographies in the state. Those customers should have the opportunity to benefit. But these customers are not just gas customers. We should not think of them as though that's the only defining attribute. They are all also electric customers. They can all benefit from investments made on the electric side. And as just real humans, anything that we would offer on the electric side can be valuable to them, and broadly just the same way that opportunities on the gas side can be valuable, including beneficial electrification incentives. So there might be things that can be done with these customers. It might require us to, figure out who gets the credit. How do we do that? But that's an administrative problem that can be solved. There is no technical limitation that requires us to invest in gas equipment to achieve greenhouse gas savings with these customers. That's false. And ultimately, we need these homes too, as we just talked about. The Climate Pollution Reduction Plan shows that by 2045, most of Washington Gas's customers actually need to stop using gas. They need to stop being gas customers. This is what it will take to achieve the state's climate goals. So finding ways to encourage electrification is important for these customers. Zooming back out a little bit, so we do offer a couple more suggestions. First, we encourage the Commission to really value cold climate heat pumps. We're looking at the study the Brattle Group did last year when we were looking at the impacts of electrification on the distribution grid. We don't just want more heat pumps. We really want cold climate heat pumps. We want that higher efficiency tier. We saw in the results that Brattle fed back to all of us. If we see a higher concentration of cold climate heat pumps, we can expect significantly less need to make distribution system improvements, which cost a lot of money. We pay for distribution system improvements differently than we pay for EmPOWER incentives, right? Those are two different pots. They both ultimately come back to ratepayers. So we should want to see not just heat pumps in these electrification programs that the utilities are offering, but a certain portion of the projects that are getting done to be cold climate heat pumps. We should want the utilities to be learning and helping all of us learn through their programs, what does it actually take to motivate not just a heat pump purchase, but a cold climate heat pump purchase, so that we can factor that learning into program design when we're thinking about the 27-29 program cycle. So we encourage the Commission to be explicit, asking the utilities to report not just on heat pumps, but on cold climate heat pumps as a subset, and the learnings around that, to be experimenting with incentives as necessary to make sure that we are seeing progress on that front. We also recommend the Commission direct the utilities to implement some form of training and quality assurance processes regarding electrification projects that are going to be incentivized here under EmPOWER. Many contractors have very little experience with this equipment. And I can tell you from personal experience, having folks in my home, there are folks who will actively try to talk you out of it. And when you ask them some questions about it, it's clear haven't done a lot of heat pump projects to date. We're not just talking about like-for-like equipment replacement. Proper sizing of heat pump equipment, proper analysis of electricity load capacity is very important. As Mr. Maloney said earlier, there isn't a list right now of contractors who we know know what they're doing on electrification, have been accredited to provide the service, and it might make sense for there to be such a list. So I don't have a specific proposal on that front for you, but we do think it would make sense for the commission to direct the utilities to build in some form of training and quality assurance program elements during this program cycle. We think this might be a good issue for further exploration in a work group setting, ideally a work group setting that would include a bunch of folks like Mr. Maloney, who can provide some of that very real world experience to the conversation. And certainly the folks that we work with in the Electrify MC program in Montgomery County would be great candidates to participate, though they're very, very busy. Lastly, I'll just also note, we talked about 15-minute interval data in the past. This would be, asking the utilities, the electric utilities, to provide information about electricity use in 15-minute increments. The utilities want to thank you. We want to thank you for asking utilities to look into this. The utilities looked into this and generally said this looks like it would take some IT work. It would be problematic. It would be expensive. So we don't recommend we pursue it. We think this should stay on the front burner for conversation here. When we're talking about trying to transition en masse the building stock of the state. That's a lot of buildings where we need to do, if you're going to do electrification work, you need to do an analysis of what can the electric panel at that building handle right now? Do we need to do a panel upgrade? If we do, it's going to take more time. It's going to cost at least a few thousand more dollars. There are a lot of buildings where we don't. We probably wouldn't need to do that. But the whole process of figuring that out is costly, and it's time intensive, and it slows customer adoption of electrification. We think, from experience we've seen in other places, that if that 15-minute interval data were to be available, contractors would be able to utilize that to more quickly make those assessments around who does and doesn't need electrical panel upgrades. And this could be a useful tool for speeding through that process. Ultimately, that benefits those customers. It benefits the contractors doing this work. It actually benefits the utilities in this room substantially, who wouldn't need to go back and play the roles that they currently need to play in that analytical work. This is all stuff that Jeremy could speak to in more depth if useful. So with that, we'll conclude our remarks and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Marvey.
I always appreciate the suck-up, so thank you. So let me ask a very I don't have a problem with your testimony. It looks pretty solid, but let me ask you an overarching philosophical question, and it's this. Let's say that we take your suggestion, we eliminate incentives for gas appliances, we put an emphasis on cold climate heat pumps as opposed to the more plain vanilla traditional heat pumps that are in existence widely today. And what happens then if, as a result of the high price and the inadequate incentives, nobody buys it? Well, what then do we do?
Well, I think from our experience with the pilot that we're running right now, it's hard to even imagine that that's a possibility.
But you're throwing additional money in, aren't you, as a county government?
A small amount of money. I don't know if you want to.
So today we're offering $1,000 for a conventional ducted heat pump and $2,500 for a cold climate. So far, every household that's put in a heat pump through Electrify MC has chosen a cold climate model.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, $1,500 is about the magnitude of.
What roughly was the out-of-pocket cost for these ratepayers? Do you know, roughly?
So I think for a house that's under 2,000 square feet, often a cold climate heat pump is in the $12,000 to $15,000 range. It can go up from there if you choose the highest tier equipment.
What would that be in? Let's say you have two neighbors who are living next door to one another. One decides to opt for the cold climate heat pump, and the other one and avail themselves of all of the incentives, and the other neighbor on the other side decides, I'm just going to do a energy efficient natural gas boiler plus a energy efficient HVAC system for air conditioning. What would price differential be, roughly speaking?
We're
know.
roughly at parity, although there's a lot of, my experience has been that there's a lot of variability in HVAC quotes,
Sure.
but we're close to parity.
Okay, and those incentives that Montgomery County offers, those are on top of other incentives that are being offered by utilities and the state government and other players, correct?
So right now, it's the IRA tax credit
Okay.
and the Montgomery County incentives. Because there's no fuel switching in the current program cycle for EmPOWER, current customers have not been able to take advantage of EmPOWER funding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Sussman.
Good afternoon. So the electrification pilot that you have in place now, those customers volunteered. How did you do your outreach?
It's through a combination of things. We've put out some, we have a website, there's some printed matter, we have sort of an energy outreach team that attends events at libraries and other places. And so they're getting out the word broadly about Montgomery County energy programs and including Electrify MC.
Okay, and so threshold requirement was gas furnace, gas hot water heater, gas stove. I assume you had to have some sort of threshold number of appliances before you could participate.
So you can participate with if you electrify a fossil heating source, water heating, clothes dryer, or stove.
Oh, so it could be simply a stove, and everything else could be, and you would give what kinds of incentives for replacing the gas stove?
It's $500 for a stove.
Okay, 500 for a stove. Clothes dryer would be
$250.
okay, and then the 1,000 or 2,500 for the furnace. And how about the hot water heater?
$500.
Okay, and so the hot water heater, they would have to also go with a heat pump for
That's
the
right.
hot water. Okay, and have for those who are participating, any of them low or moderate income?
So Electrify MC is a market rate program. We also have HECAP, which is a LMI program, grant program that's focused on electrification, climate adaptation, and pre-weatherization to get homes ready to go through either MEA or DHCD's weatherization programs.
Okay, and so what does that entail on your end?
So the program started in June of this year, and we had 4 grantees, and each of which is doing somewhat different work. Does that answer your question?
Well, you said you're getting them ready for an MEA grant. So what is it that you're doing to get them ready?
Gotcha. So by pre-weatherization, I mean that these are homes that have significant health and safety problems, whether it be a leaky roof, asbestos, mold, and related. And so while the state programs have a small allowance for dealing with those sorts of issues, households get kind of deferred or put on a wait list if the magnitude of the health and safety problems exceed that budget. So this is a way to get those people back into the pipeline for weatherization by fixing the health and safety problems.
Okay, and so you've got 4, are these multifamily buildings?
So far, the program is designed for single and multifamily. The 4 grantees are focusing on single family.
Okay, and do you have funding for more, or you're seeking funding for more? Okay.
I would love to expand it, yes.
Okay, so at this point now, you're kind of tapped out in terms of funding, and you're not, when you're talking about getting it ready, you're not sort of putting in all of the electrical needs for a family to electrify. That would come from another grant.
No, we are funding electrification. There's a bit of a gray area because MEA at least has an allowance for electrification. However, that program is based on energy payback, and it just often doesn't pencil out.
Okay.
And so we're augmenting those funds and offering to do the electrification of heating or water heating, and then the MEA funds can be used for weatherization.
Or perhaps a utility fund could be used for the heat pump, where the electrification, where the electric box is already ready for the heat pump to come in. Is that what you're thinking? That whatever upgrades you need to make to the electrical box, that would get it sort of ready for the electric appliances to be deployed?
We are including panel upgrades where as
right.
necessary.
Right. So you I'm assuming you heard the WGL proposal for a hybrid system. Does that make any sense to you for Montgomery County?
Well, and I'm sorry if this gets a little detailed technically.
That's okay.
I think dual fuel is largely a mirage. And the reason is that in order to get incentives, either through the IRA or through EmPOWER, when you're talking about a heat pump or an air conditioner, you need a match system. So AHRI, an industry group, carries the certification for the indoor and the outdoor unit. There are very few, and so manufacturers certify their equipment, indoor and outdoor. They're not certifying units they made mostly 10 years ago or something like that. So if you put in a heat pump on top of a furnace today, probably you need to replace the furnace also.
Yeah, no, they were talking about a complete replacement. So
Right.
it would be a new air source heat pump with a backup furnace.
Right. And given that that's going to extend us to 2045 with a lifespan of a new furnace, I don't think it makes sense to install new gas equipment.
Okay.
Given that we have the technology today to cover the entirety of Maryland in terms of our climate with heat pumps.
Okay, and you don't need a backup heat source. Everything could be within the cold climate heat pump.
Cold climate heat pumps don't require a backup heat source. Conventional ones would get electric resistance backup.
Okay, so Mr. Fitzgerald, you were talking about the 15-minute data that you need from the utilities, and that's required so that you can do the kind of panel upgrades that need to be done. They said they can't do it, and they've got AMI. They need more than what they're getting from AMI. Is that what they're telling you?
You want to answer that one too?
Sure. So the state of California, or CPUC, mandated that their large investor-owned utilities move to 15-minute interval data. And so now there are companies and electrification contractors who are able to leverage that data to do exactly kind of what this wasn't our idea. It's already being done.
Well, so I know that the utilities use EmPOWER to gather data, and so some of this is part of their educational piece of EmPOWER, and they send out monthly statements about how customers are doing. So I'm assuming that the information that they're feeding to EmPOWER is 15-minute data. Do you know? Do you know about the EmPOWER program?
I do know about EmPOWER somewhat. What I heard from actually BG&E via an indirect source was that they're collecting 60-minute data from residential meters today. So
that EmPOWER is collecting 60-minute data.
No, that the Exelon utilities are.
Exelon, okay. And do you know how much Pepco is collecting?
I'm a Pepco customer, and I see 60-minute data.
Okay. So I'm assuming when the utilities come back, to speak with us over the next 2 days, they can let us know what data they are collecting, if it's 60-minute or 15-minute increments. I mean, I'm assuming they'll be able to tell us, and then we'll know if they can do it or they can't do it. So that's actually, so you're hearing they can't do it.
That's right. Well,
Okay.
yeah, it would take some technical change. It would take some, additional data tracking, et cetera. So I think those are legitimate things. It would require new investment. It would require
Yeah, no,
attention
and
investment.
right, and making investments is right. We'd have to sort of understand what the investments are, but to the extent that that it can't be done in smaller than 60-minute increments, that's something that if the utilities come and share that with us, that would be a helpful piece of information. So, thank you.
Okay, so regarding the discussion about ending the natural gas incentives, I mean, obviously there's been discussions and consideration of, prohibiting use of natural gas in future construction, and then some discussions when there's major renovations to sort of eliminate that. But I guess the rubber hits the road when you got the existing buildings that are currently using natural gas and don't have any particular need at this point to make any changes. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, it's still considered to be a legitimate use of energy in the state. And so other governmental entities would have to take some action to prohibit its use. Now, one of those entities is the State General Assembly, and I guess the other entity might be the Montgomery County government. Now, I know it's not a clear legal question as to whether or not you can, but, I mean, has some consideration been given on taking those types of actions to try and force the issue?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Montgomery County passed Bill 1322 about 2 years ago now, which requires the county executive to come back with, changes to the county's building code to require exactly that for new construction. And we know there's been legislation at the state level looking at this as well. We're not asking you all to ban the installation of gas equipment, right? What we're advocating to you all is, if we've got a pot of ratepayer funds where inherently anytime we spend that money, we are encouraging folks to do the thing that we are spending that money on. There are enough opportunities to incentivize heat pumps. There isn't really a reason to spend ratepayer money to encourage gas use. Folks are still going to be able to make that choice if they want to, unless and until other governmental bodies take action to actually say that we're not going to do that anymore. But we have the rationale that we would need to have to make a wise choice about the highest and best use of the ratepayer dollars that we have. We've got all this analysis coming from the state. So the idea of discontinuing sort of voluntarily encouraging folks to install gas, I think, is a very separate question from should gas equipment be legally allowed to go into buildings, and that's it's obviously for these other bodies to look at.
Okay. And at the risk of telling you how to do your job, one of the public comments talked about apartment complexes in Montgomery County that are mainly populated by immigrant populations, and a concern that these were apartments that had natural gas or gas appliances, and I guess there was leakage given the age probably of the building and things like that, and suggestion being that some action should be taken to, I guess, replace these natural gas appliances for health and safety reasons, more so than environmental reasons. I mean, is the county involved with any of these, apartment complexes that fit that definition, and are you doing things, and is there stuff that we can do to help address that problem?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the full scope of what we could do, more ideas I'm sure that we could share with you all than I am prepared to share at this moment. I can tell you that the county, in addition to the new construction policy that I just talked about, we have also adopted a policy that will require larger buildings to achieve certain levels of energy performance, building energy performance standards, which the state is working on a version of. We are working on our own version of as well at the county level. The regulations for that have been developed. And so those standards will very much apply to all of these existing buildings. And we're working, we've received a lot of public input on the regulations. We're in our county council is currently deliberating about changes to the regulations. But that's one of those policy tools that we have available to help make sure that we're making energy improvements in existing buildings in ways that are protective of health and safety and that do take into account financial impact on building owners, on tenants, et cetera. There's obviously a lot of complexity we could talk about with that particular policy, but this is absolutely an issue we are working on very actively locally.
Okay. And then finally, on the 15-minute increment data, and if you know this, fine. If you don't, that's fine too. It's not dependent upon the utility having AMI, correct? Or is it?
It does require AMI.
So, in your county, given the fact you're served by Potomac Edison and they don't have AMI, I mean, how would we go about requiring them to provide this data?
Potomac
If you know, yeah.
It's a pretty small segment of Montgomery County. So between Pepco and BG&E, I don't know what the percentage is, but it would be, an overwhelming majority of.
Well, I understand that, but I guess I don't necessarily want to, leave out the PE customers if we can include them, and but I guess my concern is if I can't, necessarily require them to install AMI just to do this. So if there's some other way to get that information available from them.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the electrical code offers a few different paths for determining capacity. And so it would just be a more labor-intensive path for those customers without AMI.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tim Oberleiton, TIMOBERLEITON, on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. The MEEA is a coalition of efficiency experts, housing and consumer advocates, and grassroots environmental and climate justice organizations, all of whom wish to see the EmPOWER program succeed. MEEA is confident that the EmPOWER program will continue to facilitate much-needed energy efficiency savings for Marylanders while catalyzing the transition to green, healthy homes and delivering meaningful reductions in the state's greenhouse gas emissions. MEEA thanks the Commission for the opportunity to provide today and also to have provided comments on October 15th. I'm here with Jim Gravatt of Energy Futures Group, who helped provide those comments. Mr. Gravatt will be addressing several of MEEA's points and will be available for questions. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Gravatt.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Great to see you again. For the record, my name is Jim Gravatt. Last name is spelled G-R-E-V like Victor, A-T-T. And I'd like to, it's been a very interesting couple of days, and want to acknowledge the difficult issues you all are wrestling with. It's been a fascinating conversation. I'd like to try to weave in some responses to some of the discussion with MEA's comments in light of what I view as the key policy issues we're wrestling with here, which are greenhouse gas emissions reductions. How do we achieve those in the state? And how do we do that in a way that is ensures justice and equity for all Marylanders who are affected by these programs. And before I go there, though, I do want to respond to Commissioner Barve. You asked a question of WGL and about methane and the cost effectiveness and so forth. If your question is methane leakage accounted for, the answer I'm quite confident is yes. If your question was, is 1% the number, I'm less confident, but I know Mr. Loper could respond to that. So in thinking about this over the last couple of days, something has really struck me, which is there's a fundamental shift in my view. This is a perspective for your consideration, a fundamental shift in how we approach EmPOWER. EmPOWER historically has been about utilities achieving, for the electric's megawatt hour savings goals. And each utility designs programs that it views as the best way to achieve those goals. And that's worked really quite well. But we're in a different world, I think. We're in a world where we're thinking about how does EmPOWER support the state's climate objectives. It's a more complex question, and I think requires much more of an, or at least invites the opportunity for much more of an integrated strategy. How do all these things work together to pull us in the direction, and I can't remember, Ms. Novi said, pull or push us, we all want to be going in the same direction of where we want to end up. And I agree with that, and I think that's the kind of strategic thinking that's required. And I want to observe that the Office of People's Counsel recommended that subsequent to this proceeding, the utilities are directed to develop a strategic plan for electrification. I support that recommendation and think it actually fits quite well with a recommendation that the energy efficiency advocates made for a facilitated process, independently facilitated process, to ensure that electrification in the state is available to customers in a consistent way. All customers have the same opportunity, the same costs and resources available to them, so that it's not dependent on where you live what you're going to end up with. And I want to acknowledge the utilities mentioned, especially in discovery responses, and I recognize that they did coordinate on not to exceed amounts for their electrification programs. I think that's a great start, but I don't think it's sufficient. And the last comment I want to make about, and again, this is a forward-looking comment, because what we've got is 2 years and then the future, and things may change in the future. I think they should. I want to make sure everyone understands that as was reported in the work group report on converting the megawatt hour savings goals and the approved plans to greenhouse gas abatement, there were a lot of assumptions that were included. And the report notes especially the emissions values may need to be or should be reconsidered in developing goals for the next 3-year cycle. I agree with that. But I also think it's very, very important to recognize that the estimated useful lives of the portfolios that were developed is based on the approved plans. So when we look at the megawatt hour savings of the approved plans that have a very high percentage of behavior savings, a very high percentage of conservation voltage reduction savings, that has not changed just because the units that are being measured has changed. So in considering future goals, looking at the estimated useful lives that are embedded in that conversion and considering, is this the value, or are these the values that we think best support state's policy objectives, or should it be different? And I would suggest that it should be different. It should be longer, because I think that will more value the kinds of long-lived savings that are going to support the climate objectives. And when we're thinking about this strategy, we've talked a lot about low to moderate income households over the last 2 days. And I fully support the incredible importance of providing value to these customers. I worked with OPC, and I can't remember the year, but it was 2015 or 2016, to first bring the idea of a low-income savings goal to the Commission. This is something I've been talking about for a long time, and it's something I talk about in states all across, the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic. But I have some questions about the specific air conditioning rebate question. We did recommend that we should stop supporting central air conditioners and we should support heat pumps. And fully agree with the basis of the question, the premise of the question. Should we continue to offer these for low to moderate income customers so that they have some opportunity to participate? But I want more data before I can answer that question. And the first thing I want to know is, are low to moderate income customers getting air conditioning rebates now? Because I don't think we know. I certainly don't know. I can say that the utilities for the last 4 or 5 years, maybe more, have been reporting at the Commission's direction the number of OHEP recipients who participate in their market rate programs, not the DHCD programs, the appliance rebate program, the HVAC program, the home performance program. And I didn't do the analysis on this semi-annual cycle, I did it for a couple of years. And as expected, the number of OHEP recipients, which at least when I looked at it was 175% of federal poverty level was the income threshold, the number of those households who got, say, a central air conditioner rebate, a refrigerator rebate, anything that required them to make a capital expenditure, was tiny. Tiny fraction of the total number of customers who participated. That makes sense. So what I'm cautioning here is, it might be worth getting more evidence to determine whether those customers are able to participate at all before we think about changing a program parameter so that they can. If they're not participating now, they're not going to participate in the future. And I have another concern with this. And again, I cannot emphasize enough how much I care about this population. But my other concern is, if we're talking about a just transition, and we support these customers who are of limited means in getting central air conditioners instead of heat pumps, and then by doing that, we're kind of saying, and we also expect you to keep your gas furnace or to replace it with another gas furnace when the one you have dies, are we locking those customers into gas for the next few decades? And I think we may be. And this concerns me because, all this discussion about cost effectiveness of gas equipment and gas is popular and all that kind of assumes that the costs are going to stay, or at least the relative costs compared to electricity aren't going to change that much. But we don't know that that's true. What a lot of jurisdictions are wrestling with is, as people leave the gas system, the fixed costs are not going to go down, so they're going to be spread across fewer customers. The fixed costs of the system are going to be paid by the people who remain on the gas system, and if the people who remain on the gas system are LMI customers, then their costs are very probably going to go up, in which case the central air conditioner rebates may not be helping them long term, even though it may help them in the short term. So I have those concerns, but I also want to say that as far as is it possible, and I know you've asked the utilities, could they do this? If central air conditioner rebates the midstream rebates were ended for the mass market, I don't think it would be very hard to come up with a way to have income-eligible customers self-certify their income in a rebate application, send it to the utility. I would like to buy this central air conditioner. I certify that my household income is below this threshold, or is this threshold, or something like that. And if a more stringent approach to verifying the income wasn't required, I don't think that's a hugely cumbersome mechanism. I can tell you that Efficiency Vermont, for example, has done appliance rebates based on customers self-certifying their income. I'd also like to talk about the environmental justice adders that the Exelon Utilities proposed, which I am really appreciative of the spirit in which those proposals were made. I think it's creative, and I support the intention. And in our written comments, we've suggested that they should be currently rejected without prejudice until we really understand how that integration with DHCD is going to work. And I think the gentleman from PHI who was speaking about this yesterday, without intending to, really solidified the reason that the current approach, the current theory about these EJ adders, why it's going to be a problem. Because what he said was, what we envision is contractor is going to be sitting at the table with a customer. Contractor is going to know if that customer is located in a region where they can get the EJ adder, and at the point of sale, sitting at the table is going to be able to say, and you're eligible for not only this electrification incentive, but this adder as well. And Chair Hoover, you talked yesterday about contractors have their incentives when they're engaged with a customer, and we certainly heard a lot about that this morning from Mr. Maloney. If I'm a contractor and I'm at somebody's house, I've done the look around, I've kind of come up with my proposal, and I'm saying, point of sale, here's what it's going to cost you. I'll write up a proposal. You're going to get this adder. Would you like to proceed? Most of those contractors, unless they are also working directly with DHCD, most of those contractors are not going to say, you might be eligible for DHCD programs. Let me give this sale away and refer you to DHCD. They have no incentive to do that. Even if they care, it's not going to work in a business model. So I think that should be worked out before the utilities start rolling with these EJ adders. I want to talk about technical specifications for heat pumps, not in great detail. My friends in Montgomery County talked about this. Mr. Good knows a lot more about this than I do. But I have concerns with the responses we got in discovery from several of the utilities about their proposed heat pump electrification programs, where there's just an incentive, an efficiency requirement, but really nothing else. And my concern is if we have customers who are putting in standard heat pumps, even efficient standard heat pumps, and there's not good training and some quality assurance on the set points for the controls for those heat pumps, if they're not going to be efficient at lower temperatures and the customer's relying on that instead of a backup system, and all of a sudden they're getting electric bills that are 4 times what they expected because the electric resistance is running all the time, that's going to really sour people on efficiency. It's going to sour them on the experience of electrification. They're going to tell their neighbors, and things are going to kind of crash. And I bet everybody in this room purchased an early compact fluorescent or had friends who did, took it home, screwed it in, and went, "This is terrible." And of course, because people in this room lived with them, eventually they got better. We got LEDs. But there are a lot of people out there who put that first compact fluorescent in, and they were off efficiency for a decade or two. I think we need to think about how the specifications and the training and the quality assurance ensure that customers are going to be happy with these decisions so that it can actually grow demand. I want to talk about gas equipment incentives. And most of the conversation over the last 2 days has revolved around the policy considerations about gas equipment. Is perpetuating the availability of incentives for high-efficiency gas equipment consistent with state climate policy? And I agree with all the parties who said it's not consistent. But even if I didn't have that view, I have a lot of concerns with continuing to provide rebates for gas equipment. And it's based on technical issues with how they're justified, and it's based on whether it's a good use of ratepayer funds. And here's my view on this. And I want to be clear that I think WGL is being completely consistent with the EmPOWER protocols for cost effectiveness, for determining whether it's couldn't be included in a program. They're not doing anything untoward in this at all. But I don't think the protocols are working the way they were really intended here. So cost effectiveness, just to restate this, cost effectiveness requirement for EmPOWER is at the sub-portfolio level. A program doesn't need to be cost effective. A measure doesn't need to be cost effective. But all of the residential programs combined need to be cost effective. And all of the non-residential programs combined need to be cost effective, using historically the TRC test, now the Maryland jurisdictional specific test. But that doesn't mean it's a good idea to base a program on measures that may not be cost effective. And in my view, the reason you would support measures that aren't cost effective on their own is if it's an emerging technology and you want to grow the market so that the idea that it's going to become more cost effective over time, or if there's an equity consideration. If you want to make sure, and that's why limited income programs don't have to be cost effective, because we want to make sure there are available services for those populations. The free ridership rate, I looked in the EMNV report for WGL and what they base their program on. Free ridership net to gross for gas furnace, for example, is 0.41. That means that 6 out of 10 people who get a rebate for a high efficiency gas furnace would have bought the furnace even if they didn't get the rebate. 6 out of 10. And I also, and that's evaluating the savings using a baseline of an 80% efficient furnace. Customer's going to buy an 80% efficient furnace, or we're going to give them an incentive and they're going to get a 95% furnace. I really question whether the real baseline is 80%. The baseline study that was done by the utilities a couple of years ago as part of the, coming out of the future programming work group, said that they found that 50 to 60% of single-family households said they already had high-efficiency heating equipment, high-efficiency furnace. So if 50 to 60% already have a high-efficiency furnace, it's pretty likely they're going to buy another one when they need to replace it. And that may factor in, it probably does, into the net to gross, saying that 6 of 10 we're getting the rebate for something they would have done anyway. But it probably doesn't address all of the households. So there's probably others who, so in my view, probably the number of customers that rebate is affecting is actually less than 4 out of 10. Maybe it's 2 or 3. And while it passes the cost effectiveness test, is that a good use of ratepayer monies? It's $12 million, was what WGL said. I'm highly skeptical of that. This is policy considerations aside. This is prudency. And also, on this question of, is this helping grow the market? Well, as was Mr. Milani said, Milani? I'm going to not get it right today. But the federal standard for gas furnaces is going to be 95% in 2028. So if already self-reporting 50 to 60% have high efficiency equipment, the standard is going to be 95% in 2028. There's no market to move here. That's done. We don't need to spend money to make the market for gas furnaces become more efficient. And then just briefly on WGL's hybrid electrification proposal, all of these concerns about cost effectiveness of a rebate for a gas furnace are amplified if the amount of gas that furnace is going to use is actually only half or 40% of the full load. If 50 or 60% of the heating load is met by the heat pump, so the gas furnace is only meeting this fraction of it, then the increment of savings is going to be even less, because only 5 or 10 or 15% of a lower number. And if customers are going to have to buy a new furnace in order for the system to be matched and meet the standards, that's not going to be cost effective. Last thing I want to say, and thank you for indulging me in this time, is something I've said before about gas in new homes. And when we commented on this a year ago, we did some discovery and got some information from BGE and WGL about new gas services going into new homes, and found that about 90% of new homes that are built with gas require main extension. So they're not homes that are being built where there's already gas. The gas pipe has to get run to that development. And that adds cost societally to those homes. So when we look at the cost of building an all-electric home, especially now, it's going to be lower than a home that's supplied with natural gas. The customer is only going to have one monthly charge and a usage charge instead of a gas fixed cost and an electric fixed charge. And all those homes that are getting incentives to be built with gas, that then the electric utility is going to be sending them notices saying, electrify your home, get rid of your fossil fuel, and we'll pay you to do it. And they won't have to do that because they'll already be electrified. So that's really all I have to say today. That we made more recommendations than this in the comments. I'm not going to read them all to you, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Commissioner Sushman.
Yes, thank you for your comments and for your testimony. In terms of low and moderate income customers actually taking advantage of the rebates for air conditioning, I thought that was an interesting point. And for BG and Pepco, I would love to actually get some data on that. I can probably ask our staff too, but that, I think that would be really helpful. And I'm wondering, and I'd raised this point yesterday. Are we? And it sort of goes to my concerns about EmPOWER being rather regressive. I mean, are we meeting the needs of the low and moderate income community through EmPOWER? If they're not taking advantage of the rebates available for AC, what can we do to make sure that these ratepayers are protected? Because I really do worry about access to air conditioning as a health and safety matter, and if the rebates are not effective for sort of replacing window units with a more efficient AC system, what can we do? Separate and apart from what DCHD is doing. I mean, what can EmPOWER do in terms of what the utilities have within their portfolio of options?
Thank you for the question. I really appreciate it and agree with your concern that finding ways for, especially for moderate income households, to take advantage of what EmPOWER can offer is really important. I think the services that DHCD provides to limited income households are fantastic. The growth that they're experiencing is quite ambitious, and it's going to be very challenging, and I think they're up to it. Is that going to be enough for the limited income population? It's still going to take a long time to reach all those households, but it's such a vast improvement over what has been occurring in the past. So that's very positive. But for the moderate income households, some of the utilities have proposed moderate income tiers or let's say tiers for some of their programs, enhanced incentives. If you're moderate income, I know there's been a moderate income work group. I don't believe that they have finalized a recommendation for what is determined or what they consider moderate income or how to approach that. But I think that work is important and should continue. I think for moderate income, the reality is enhanced incentives will help, probably a lot. That costs more money. To your questions about whether financing is an answer,
I was going to raise that.
yeah, it may be a partial answer.
Okay.
The thing that I urge parties to look at closely, when I was managing programs for Vermont Gas years ago, we did a retrofit program and we had a combination of incentive and, at that time, 0% interest financing. So we bought down the interest. And we found that the cost of buying down the interest was kind of about the same amount as what we were paying for an incentive. So it wasn't saving any money for the program to buy down the interest. For customers for whom coming up with their part of the cost was just a barrier and financing was going to work, then maybe that was a good investment to buy down that interest so that they could afford to do it at all. But it wasn't necessarily a cost savings for the program.
Well, but it for the customer that is reluctant to invest in a heat pump because of the cost. If you have financing available where you've bought down the interest rate by 200 basis points, that may be just enough to incentivize the customer to go in that route.
It might be, indeed. And I know we talked about MCEC a bit. And I don't know the status in Maryland, but there certainly have been funds as part of the IRA that have been targeted towards increasing the availability of loans for energy efficiency and electrification measures. I don't know, actually, I can't say anywhere what the status of those
Right. I mean,
is,
I think,
but that'll help.
Right. The challenge is finding the right mix that actually helps to relieve the burden for these customers who are looking at having to make huge capital investments and finding ways of helping them to make that happen and also benefiting the state. So that's
exactly.
For actually your point about being educating the customers in terms of those sort of getting heat pumps and knowing how heat pumps work. I thought was an interesting point. How would you recommend that? I mean, could that be through? I mean, perhaps it could be part of the educational set of programs that the utilities have, so that when you get a heat pump, you get 2 hours of education on how they work.
I think that's a great idea. I think it's probably fair to say that most customers, the education they get about their mechanical systems comes from the contractor. And contractors vary quite a lot in what information they provide. So maybe there's a class, or maybe, it's for managing costs, develop webinars that, on demand, go onto the web and watch this half hour or hour that explains how the heat pump works and how you control it and so forth.
Mhm.
I think there's also a ton of education that's required and accompanied by some specifications required for contractors. I noted in our written comments a paper I heard at this ACEEE summer study a few months ago, where there'd been a field study of heat pumps in the Pacific Northwest, and they found that most of them didn't have the electric resistance locked out at a certain temperature. So it might be 40, 50, 60 degrees outside, and the electric resistance heating element was coming on in the heat pump, which was killing the efficiency. So it's an efficient system that's operating terribly. So having specifications and training to make sure that the contractor set things up right and explain to the customers how it's going to work, I think is really important.
Well, and I'm assuming the utility is making assumptions about savings based on the settings that should be in place, and if they're not in place, then we're not experiencing those.
Yeah.
So,
My favorite story of a quasi-evaluation was Efficiency Maine put in a bunch of heat pumps, and this was 8 years ago, a bunch of heat pumps in an affordable multifamily building, and they saw savings in a lot of units and some savings in no units. And there was one where the program manager went and was talking to people, and he went to this one apartment and said, "Do you like the new heat pump?" And the guy said, "Oh yeah, I love it." And the program manager said, "Are you using it at all?" And he said, "Oh no." So training was required.
Right. And I'm assuming you were here earlier when I went through the program results with WGL. So there are numbers of zeros. So not just appliance rebates that were pretty low uptake, and we have no way of knowing if those are free riders or not. But then there were a whole list of programs that didn't have any uptake. But I'm wondering, and you heard this morning, I'm assuming you heard this morning, testimony from the contractors about real interest in trying to tap into efficiency opportunities in the restaurant industry. And where, I mean, as the chairman alluded to earlier, the margins are very small. And so opportunities for electrification may not be there, at least not at the moment. Is perhaps an opportunity for ways to incentivize those restaurants to put in place more efficient use of gas? Maybe something that we can do in the short term. Presumably, those appliances have shorter lives than furnaces.
I thought it was a very interesting conversation, and I certainly appreciate the perspectives of the people who are actually working with customers, feet on the street, trying to get equipment installed. It's so valuable in thinking about how programs should run. My understanding, and I'm not an expert in commercial kitchen equipment and what's available in electric systems that's equivalent to gas, performs the same way as gas. I think, it's my understanding, limited understanding, that there are some kitchen technologies, for example, or maybe some other technologies where the gas equipment really performs, the electrification equipment is just not there yet. And, if there's an opportunity to promote a more efficient gas alternative there, personally, I'm not sure I can speak for all of MEEA at this point, but personally I would think that would not be unreasonable to do.
Okay.
Whether the fryer is one of those pieces of equipment, I'm not sure. And one thought I had in listening to him this morning was that we talk a lot about make-ready incentives for residential homes, for residential customers who need a panel upgrade or they need new service run so that they can put in a heat pump. And I don't know why we couldn't also consider such a thing for electric fryers, for example, if the technology was there, if that make-ready thing was the barrier that was keeping those from being installed. The caveat I would say there, and again, I don't know the answer, is if the savings are good, if the use is high enough on those devices to justify those kinds of investments, then why wouldn't we do them?
Okay. Well, I know chefs won't cook with anything other than gas. So. We're about to get into a fight up here.
I was at a Climate Week event a year ago in New York City where, and it was Rewiring America sponsored it, and they had a chef, pretty hot chef, who did a demonstration on induction cooking and said he would never have gas in his kitchen again after having induction.
Because there was lower heat in the kitchen.
They didn't have to deal with the heat.
All right. Well, other than that, but okay. So and that's really all I have.
Thank you.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I want to go back to what you talked about at the very beginning, about this new process you want us to undertake. So given the fact that EmPOWER was legislatively created, and as I'm sure all the members of your coalition remember, was legislatively amended substantially last year, I guess I want to understand what it is you are suggesting that we do and whether or not we can do it within the confines of the legislative setup for EmPOWER.
Why this occurred to me is actually in part thinking about the conversation about central air conditioners, and it's just looking at these questions. Does this get us closer to the climate objectives or not? Do gas incentives get us closer to the climate objectives or not? Where do we want to end up? How do we design marketing? For example, if we're talking about training on heat pumps, how a heat pump works, how do we design a campaign that encompasses, here's the opportunity that we're recommending households pursue, here's how the technology works, training with the contractors, here's what you need to do, here's a streamlined approach so that this messaging is not, in PE it's like this, in WGL it's like this, in BGE it's like this, all these different messages, and the contractors are trying to sort out which process and who they send the application to or whatever, to just try to get everything moving in the same direction. I think it's answering a bigger question. Does the program get us towards what the state is trying to achieve? We were talking, I believe it was my colleagues here in Montgomery County just now talking about the 2045 goals. You know, that's 21 years away. WGL estimates the life of a furnace at 21 years. You know, so the furnace that goes in 2 years from now is still going to be there in 2045. And you know, how do we land at 2045, and how does EmPOWER fit into that?
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm also interested in is sort of, I mean, right now we have this work group process and then, you know, these hearings that we do, but I mean, so process-wise, how do we sort of get on this journey you want us to take?
Yeah.
And if you know, want to sort of send something to us, that's fine too, you know, give it a little thought or something like that.
Yeah. We did include some principles for that process in our comments a year ago, which I could not enumerate right off the top of my head, and I'd be happy to resurface those for you. But I think an important part of it is, and that sometimes some of the work groups succeed in this and some of them succeed less. For example, well, tomorrow or later this afternoon, I don't know, it's going to be up to you, we'll talk about some of the work group reports, and the CVR, the Conservation Voltage Work Group, actually worked through to a consensus recommendation on what should happen with CVR. And that's what needs to happen with this idea of a strategy. So somebody needs to facilitate, somebody needs to have the deliverables and the milestones and ensure that the stuff happens to actually get to a result, instead of a report that says, people have a lot of different ideas about this and we're still talking about it.
Okay. Alrighty. So in answer to your question, the work group stuff is actually going to be tomorrow. But what we are going to do today is we're going to now turn to MEA and MDE, but we're first going to take, 15 minutes? Or
10 is good.
10-minute break. So
Seven
we'll come,
is better.
So we'll come back at 3:45 to talk to MDE and MEA. So thank you very much. So.
Thank you.
back on the record here, so if everybody could,
Knock it off, you people.
if everyone could take their seats, we'll try and get back on schedule. So, okay, so back on the record, and we have the Maryland Energy Administration and Maryland Department of the Environment, and whoever wants to flip a coin and go first, be my guest.
Thank you, Chairman Hover, Commissioners. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's Babatunde Idrisu. I'm representing the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm also here with David Shapiro. I'm here, and Mark, can you introduce himself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Mark Stewart, Climate Change Program Manager at the Maryland Department of the Environment. It's MARK STEWART. MD was happy to submit written comments, and I'm here today to support my colleague from MEA and to answer any questions that you may have about the state's climate policies.
Thank you once again. So I'll be reading up MEA's comments, and I'll be available for questions. The House Bill 864 requires the Commission to review EmPOWER utility plans to determine if they're cost-effective in achieving GHG reduction goals and to examine the program's impact on rates, jobs, environment, and GHG reduction targets. The law also stipulates that funding can come through various sources, including funds from the Federal Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, which will be administered by MEA as the State Energy Office. I talked about the IRA, where we stand with the IRA fund yesterday. An analysis of the rate implications of the proposed plans indicate a significant expected increase in residential and non-residential EmPOWER rates in 2025 and 2026. Average utility customers would see their EmPOWER surcharge more than double between 2024 and 2026. MEA emphasizes the importance of ensuring that utility ratepayers are informed about the benefits available to them through the EmPOWER programs, the outstanding debt, and the potential rate increases associated with debt repayment. Utilities should utilize all available communication channels, emails, bill inserts, social media platforms to convey this information. Effective communication will help mitigate ratepayer dissatisfaction. Additionally, the Commission's work on the PC 59 docket could play a crucial role in mitigating impact on low-income households. MEA asserts that Maryland's policy is clearly focused on increasing electrification and gradually transitioning away from gas appliances. In alignment with these state goals, MEA does not provide incentives for gas-powered heating equipment in its programs. The Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022 sets ambitious targets, including a 60% reduction in GHG emission by 2031 from 2006 levels. It also mandates the Building Energy Transition Task Force to develop financial incentives through EmPOWER Maryland and other programs to support the transition to electrified buildings, underscoring fuel switching as a crucial part of the state's GHG reduction strategy. To meet the building emission performance standards required by CSNA, covered buildings will also need to be efficiently electrified. In addition, earlier this year, the governor issued an executive order requiring the Maryland Department of the Environment to propose a zero-emission heating equipment standard regulation for the state. WGL proposed incentives for high-efficiency natural gas appliances to achieve GHG emission reductions and to meet their targets for 2025 and 2026. WGL is proposing to offer incentives for air source heat pumps and gas backups in its residential prescriptive programs. MEA argues that funding these gas incentives through ratepayers is inconsistent with the state overall climate policy, and we urge the Commission to consider this perspective when deciding whether to approve or reject WGL's proposal. I'll also want to address some of the comments made earlier by Mr. Sean Maloney regarding MEA's interaction, or rather stakeholder engagement with contractors. So we met with with Sean early in the process of developing our IRA programs. And after that, we released a request for information, which was sent out to our email distribution list and was all over our social media platforms. We received feedback from over 40 people, contractors, and different segments of society. This was in November 2023. In May 2024, MEA was represented in the Andel Contractor Forum, both in person and online. That's, I think it was May 14th and May 23rd, 2024. We also had in the last few weeks opportunities for public feedback in September and earlier this month, of which Sean Maloney was on record to have made comments in those sessions. I just felt like I needed to clarify that as well. So we're available for questions.
And does MDE want to add anything on its own, or just respond to questions?
Happy to be here to answer any questions. Just so you understand my scope, my program is responsible for implementing the state's plans and developing regulations to achieve our statutory requirements to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We affectionately refer to that as former Chair Barvey's Law, and it is our joy and duty to implement those policies.
I guess no difficult questions for you to.
Yeah.
You said something about flattery.
I can be influenced by it. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just, with respect to the MEA and the whole interaction with contractors, obviously, I don't care who shot who, but how quickly can we create a mechanism which will make it, which will transfer money as smoothly as possible? What are your plans right now? What are your agency's plans right now for doing that, so that he and his competitors, are able to get money where it needs to go?
So we are still working on the application to the Department of Energy.
Okay.
So
Federal Department of Energy.
Federal Department of Energy.
Okay.
So that process takes some time. We're hopeful that sometime in the next year we would have those funds available.
Mhm.
We do anticipate that we'll have some further interactions with the contractors,
Mhm.
because those programs are going to flow through those contractors. So yeah, we do hope that by sometime next year we should have those funds out and available for the public.
Okay. Yeah, great. I don't have any questions for the Department of the Energy. I can always call you or email you if I need to know anything. So keep up the good work.
Mr. Flushman.
Yeah, so I know that getting money from DOE is an incredibly complicated process. So, so you've submitted your application. I mean, you've been awarded how much?
We've been awarded some funds for administrative planning.
Okay.
I believe it's about 13 million.
50, 50?
No,
One-
13,
one-
13.
13, okay.
So with that, we're designing the programs, and we've employed some staff that would be in charge of administering those programs. The final application hasn't been submitted yet, but we're in the process. We hope that in the next few weeks that would be done, and then we'll see how the feedback from DOE goes.
Okay, so the application is you're seeking more funding, or you've been given the funding?
Even LE administrative funding.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just the 13 million to set the program up. So you don't, so at this point now, the suggestion from Mr. Malame was that you had 75 million or 125 million. It's two different. So you don't, that's not money you have.
We don't have those funds.
You would like to have those funds. Okay, so the application now is to seek DOE funding for, and so you're ready to go once you receive the okay from the department.
Yeah, so once we receive the okay from the department, we still have to submit a blueprint,
Right.
which would, I think that's between 60 to 90 days before the official launch of the program. Yeah, so we would have to also develop that as well.
Yeah, I've gone through that before. It is a tedious process, tedious only in a good way, right? I understand that MEA does not support continued funding for gas appliances, but you heard the contractors earlier talk about their outreach to the restaurant industry and how at least some chefs would prefer to keep gas. And so I'm wondering for that small sector of the industry, to the extent that there are efficiency measures that can be gained for the short term until that stock is kind of turned over and some more significant changes could be made. Is there an opportunity there for gas appliance rebates?
So, generally, like you said, MEA doesn't support incentives for gas appliances, but we could look at situations, maybe exceptions can be made if there are no electric alternatives, or the electric alternatives are not as developed. Then perhaps the Commission can look towards making exceptions, but as a whole, our general position is for gas appliances, we do not support.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so I think you've sort of heard the conversation going on the last couple of days about what we ought to do regarding incentives for natural gas, and as I've mentioned to both sides, I mean, we're in this situation where natural gas is still considered a legitimate fuel source, and there's been some discussion amongst the three of us about the fact that some of these may be incremental improvements over what's happening right now, versus this argument of, look, stop digging, and so given your department's concern about implementing the climate goals we have in line with Commissioner Barvey's law, I mean, what's your thoughts on? A lot of other people. We're the only representative present. What's your thoughts on how we should handle this going forward in the context of this particular proceeding?
Yeah, MDE is also on the record with MEA
Sure.
and many others in taking the position that fossil fueled systems are not part of our climate transition and should not be incentivized in any way through state policy. We see, of course, decarbonizing the building sector is a long-term transition, and there's a lot of complexity. I think that when we look at commercial cooking, that's one area where, and again, I agree, not necessarily that we need to incentivize gas equipment in commercial cooking, but is there certainly a long-term role probably for gas to exist in commercial kitchens? Likely. For high temperature, in more industrial applications, certainly. For typical space heating and water heating in houses, there's a reason why the governor directed us to develop a zero-emission heating equipment standard, and we intend to propose that regulation next year.
And just maybe to fill in a little bit on that last point, so where are you regarding the existing building stock? Because I know, as we talked earlier, there's been talk about not allowing it for future construction and trying to force conversions when you do major renovations, but for the existing stock that has it, uses it, and is not looking to change it, what's the plan for that?
Yeah, so a zero-emission heating equipment standard, and to be clear, MD has the existing authority to regulate air pollution in the state. So it would focus on new fuel-burning equipment, generally, furnaces, boilers, water heaters, and set emission standards for those pieces of equipment. Those standards would begin later this decade. and we intend to propose a zero emission standard for the covered types of equipment. On October 30th, we'll be public about what sizes of equipment and what compliance dates we're talking about here. It applies to buildings new and existing, right? After that compliance date, if anyone were to, and it's targeted mostly on manufacturers, as our vehicle emission standards are, right? We require GM and Ford and Toyota and everyone else to sell vehicles in the state that meet our emission standards. This would similarly be a requirement on manufacturers to sell for installation in Maryland only equipment that meets our emission standards for application in any type of building.
But I take it you wouldn't, based on your file position here, you would not be in favor of us trying to like phase out the incentives in line with this new change. You know, your view is let's end it tomorrow.
Those are our comments.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Actually, I just want
Sure,
to enter
sure.
something in the record. Mark, as a part of your mandate, you not only have environmental justice, but you have economic justice, which means this is that tension between clean air and low cost. And so that's a part of the friction that you have to deal with on a daily basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And finally, the mandated requirement for conversion of existing buildings, the date is, I think, 2040, right?
For the buildings that
Yeah.
are covered by the Building Energy Performance Standards, so that is, of
Yeah.
course, the large buildings, 35,000 square feet and
Right.
larger, with some exempt categories, thanks
Right.
to you. There are, that, just to be clear, though, represents, we think, approximately 10% of the emissions from the building sector, direct emissions. We have about half of our direct emissions from commercial buildings, another
Mhm.
half from residential, and we see that the BEPS covered buildings are 1/5 of the commercial building. So that we have a lot of small commercial that isn't quite covered by that. But you're right, the BEPS covered buildings have a requirement in law to achieve zero net direct emissions by 2040. Any emissions that they are producing above target levels, they have the option of either coming into compliance with the target or paying an alternative compliance fee that's indexed to the federal social cost of carbon for the emission tonnage over the target level.
Right. And the reason I wanted to enter that into the record was I wanted everyone to know what the what the time path is from today until the moment where we have to accomplish this. And while it's shorter than 20-year lifespan of a natural gas appliance, or what we were told is a 20-year lifespan of a natural gas appliance, it is still quite a ways into the future, and new technologies are going to crop up in between now and then, I would expect. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And actually, one last thing. So, PG&E and maybe a couple of the other companies talked about wanting to utilize your environmental justice maps as part of their approach. So I guess give us a little explanation about how it works and how user-friendly it is, and you know, is that actually, you know, a fairly effective tool for taking into account environmentally affected areas from the past?
We believe it is user-friendly. It takes into consideration a number of different layered factors. So then, you know, in aggregate, we think that it does a very good job of identifying, you know, EJ communities in the state. I'm not part of the team that developed it, so I can't get into a lot of the details
Sure.
about it. But we'd be happy to come back with more information about it if you'd like.
Okay.
And let me just say, that was kind of the brainchild of Delegate Regina Boyce, who's now the vice chair of the E&T committee. She was the one who really promoted a metric-driven model rather than one that's based on inexact parameters.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you very much. And like I said, that's going to call it for today. Tomorrow we'll be back to deal with the comments from OPC staff and then the reports that were alluded to earlier. So.